Epic Fantasy, Sword of the Elves, The Elven Saga Book 1 of 4, by Emmanuel Finn, narrated by Tim McKiernan.
1. Ashes to ashes. No! He wakes up with an agonizing scream, tearing apart, as it were, the heavens above him. How did this bloody massacre happen? Wasn't there anything they could have done to prevent the tragedy? Visus sits on a giant rock, contemplating the events which took place. His pants are worn, his shirts are somewhat ripped, but his blue headband still waves in the wind as if untouched. He pulls it tighter on his head, and his dark blonde hair preventing it from blowing away. As he lets his gaze wander over the sight of burning village homes and slowly rotting elven corpses, he is still in shock, in a state of mind with which he attempts to grasp the meaning of all this. Lamenting the loss of valuable lives, he moves around, nervously, but for some reason, he has no desire to leave his comfortable, steady rock. The grim atmosphere reminds him of nothing he has ever experienced before. Never has a disaster like this come upon his path. Horrific scenes still haunt his mind as he slowly loses his sense of time and location. The sight of suffering elves flashes through his mind like a comet through the sky. He screams in mental agony, as if post-traumatic energy tries to exit his body rapidly. Then he calms down. He looks around, quietly taking it all in. Through the toxic fumes, the ashes, and the vapors of smoke, a shady figure emerges. Visus looks up. "Huh?" he utters. The figure seems to be wearing a hat and a long cape or mantle. He or she is holding a stick or rod of some sort. At least this is what Visus thinks he is seeing. An attempt to regain his strength is to no avail. He recaptures the vision of the emerging personage, but passes out before he can make any sense out of his perception. Gone. He is gone, dreaming away about something he won't remember. Time elapses. Visus wakes up. After he opens his eyes, he lifts himself up from the debris on which he passed out. It is like something heavy is pushing down on him. He is fatigued. He can sense it. He soon realizes where he is. His head is hurting severely. "I need to get out of here," he mumbles to himself. "There is nothing left to do. What's done is done." He grabs his sword in his knapsack and stretches a minute or two, looking completely relaxed, but feeling anxious inside. He looks at the scratches he got in the battle. Fortunately, no big deal. Easy to patch up. One cut in particular hurts a little, but Visus has always been tough. Never quick to make a fuss. It's just pain. Nothing more. One last time he strolls through what remains of Wrensville, his hometown, as sorrow fills his soul. He watches the ashes of the houses that turned into rubble, the charred remnants of a church, destroyed yards and crops, fragments of a school building, and a fallen statue at the front end of town. While receiving flashbacks of the gruesome slaughter he witnessed, he tells himself it would be better to avoid looking at the maimed carcasses on the side of the road. He doesn't want to remind himself, over and over again, of the ghastly scenes which occurred here, in his hometown. He already checked before if there were any survivors. Oddly enough, it seems like he is the only one. As he hobbles through the streets and steps over unknown used-to-be objects, he keeps getting a clear vision of the two things he mourns over the most. The death of his parents, something that, hopefully, time will heal, and Silana, the victimized girl of his dreams. The last time he saw her, she was being pulled away, far from the ongoing battles and destructive forces that left their village in ruins. At this moment, he cannot fathom what happened to her exactly. All he knows is that things went out of control when they were separated. It all happened so fast. His memory is trying to bring back bits and pieces, but the vision is so vague that every attempt appears to be a waste of time and energy. Thesis can't put her out of his head, and he doesn't want to. He accelerates his pace and starts heading towards the mountains. Birds are chirping, but they seem incompetent of adding anything positive to the environment. Thesis is broken, and his spirit is shattered. Temporarily, at least. After a while, slowly, the thought of his Solana strengthens his determination. "This is not the last of it," he says as he takes bigger steps. Thesis has always been the resolute type, focused on his goals and never wavering when things get in the way. He has the age of a rookie, but the heart of a veteran warrior. At age 18, now 3 years ago, this blonde elf's father taught him to wield the sword. His combat techniques and sharpness of mind have improved ever since, which makes him a fearsome elf warrior. However, after the recent carnage in his hometown, his confidence in his abilities is being tested severely. He was powerless, too weak and feeble to avert the catastrophe, or rescue anyone from impending doom. He hates himself for that. If only he had done more. He shakes his head and reminds himself that reflecting on the blood and horror before his blackout only slows him down. He is going to find a solution, even though at this moment he is not certain as to how. He holds back his tears when he thinks of his deceased parents, wishing they would be there to give him some wise counsel or reassure him that he can get his girl back. But they are gone. It will take time to overcome the loss of his caretakers and process the trauma in his mind. For now, though, Thesis decides to shove it aside. No time to stand still or live in the past, he tells himself, not entirely convinced of his own encouraging phrase. "Hello, young man," a voice comes out of nowhere. Thesis turns around. He sees an old elven woman standing about 20 feet away from him, leaning on a boulder. "Who are you?" Thesis asks. "The question is, who are you?" the old woman responds. "I've never seen a whole village burn to the ground with only one survivor. Seems a little strange, doesn't it?" "Well, I don't know. It is just how it happened. You're not implying that I conspired with the enemy, are you? Didn't you see me fighting against them out there?" "Oh, no, I didn't mean that," she says. "Quite the opposite, actually. The fact that you're alive and the other ones are dead might imply how special you are." Thesis has to think for a minute. She may be right, but then again, perhaps it is just a coincidence. You can't look too much into it. It could have been random selection. "Don't you think you are?" the woman asks as she observes the doubts on his face. "Maybe. I just don't want to claim there is a pattern or meaning to it. I felt the mayhem in there. What happened was awful. How could there be any significance to all of this?" Thesis says. "I don't know exactly," the woman replies, "but I have a feeling you'll find out soon enough." "Yeah. Hey, you survived, didn't you? How come you didn't get killed?" Thesis asks. "Oh, I don't live there," the woman says. "I live over there. See?" She points at an old, decayed cottage up in the mountains, with an enormous barn, an acre and a fence, and a dozen sheep and cows. The farm doesn't look like much, but it is located far enough from the destroyed village to be out of sight, and still close enough for the woman to be aware of anything happening in the surrounding area. "Do you live there by yourself?" Thesis asks. "Of course. My husband passed away, but I am as happy as a water nymph. I know I will see him again, and you should be happy too. Things happen for a reason."
"I am not so sure about that," Visas responds. "The village is lost. Everyone is dead. I couldn't save anyone. I was completely defenseless, which caused my parents to die and me to lose track of Solana, the love of my life. I don't even remember what happened to her. Everything happened so fast that my memory is completely in fragments. What could be the reason for that?"
"I wish I had all the answers," the old elven woman says. "I hope you'll find her someday. But for now, how about some food? I can feed you and let you stay over for a little while. You look exhausted."
Visas gladly accepts the invitation.
"Come, follow me up the hill,"
the old elven lady says. Visas follows her, and he is surprised at how fast she is. As they approach the house, Visas notices the indigenous circumstances in which she lives. The clothes she is wearing seem worn and tattered in the first place, but the rest of the place looks like it has been abandoned for years. The roof is missing a few shingles. The haystack is a mess. The sheep look hungry and neglected. One of the windows is cracked, and the diagonally leaning fence lacks a few nails. It makes sense. An old lady probably doesn't have the strength to do much around the house or the yard. And as Visas enters the house and sees the same poverty reflected in her furniture, he is moved by her generosity. "Thank you so much," he says.
Now, it is the least I can do. Just sit down, I will fix you some supper."
Visas sits down and observes the elven woman as she moves towards the kitchen and prepares a bowl of hot soup for him. Then, a sword and axe on the wall catch his eye, as well as a bow with arrows. Strange. "Where did you get the weapons?" he asks the woman bluntly.
"Oh, well, you never know when you may have to defend yourself from those villagers," she stammers. "There were quite a few horrors going on over there before it was destroyed. Better safe than sorry, I guess."
Visas knows what she is talking about. It wasn't exactly paradise in that town. It's stuff he rather forgets sometimes.
"So, where are you headed next?"
she asks as she serves him his meal. "I was planning on going to the Crystal City," Visas says. "I am sure I can find some help there. You know, I would do anything to find Solana. But I have no clue where to look. Maybe in the city I will find some answers."
"I am sure you will, dear. Now drink your soup and I will make the bed."
What a nice old woman. Visas feels obligated to do something back for her, but everything that happened drained his energy. He fights his fatigue for a few minutes and falls asleep. He wakes up and runs to the kitchen, scavenging for cups and bottles. He didn't realize before how thirsty he was after the village fire and the tiring hike up the mountains. After quickly filling up 4 cups of water and drinking them within seconds, he takes a look around. Where did the old lady go? She must still be asleep. Visas weighs his options. He wants to keep moving, but he can't just leave her without giving something back. Her hospitality has been amazing, so he decides to help around a little. Visas walks to the barn and finds all the tools he needs. With the little home improvement skills that he has, he fixes the fence, adds a couple of shingles on the roof, feeds the sheep, and cleans up the front yard. Then he pulls weeds for an hour.
"Ah, you're so kind,"
the old woman says as she steps out of the house. "You're very welcome. I am almost done. Sorry I can't do more, but I think it's best for me to keep moving."
"I understand," she says. "I wish you luck on your journey."
As they separate, Visas looks back one more time and sees the old woman waving at him enthusiastically. He has renewed energy to begin his long journey through the mountain range. Although he doesn't have a map,
He knows exactly how to get to the Crystal City. His father was a merchant, so every once in a while Visas was allowed to come along and learn more about his business. Again, the thought of his parents is too much for him at the moment. He wants to focus on his goal to reach the city. The path to the Crystal City is long but safe. Nothing to worry, just flowing creeks, beautiful flowers, towering trees, and majestic mountains. The picturesque colors of the meadows help paint a landscape beyond someone's wildest, paradisical imaginations. Despite the tragedies in the back of his mind, Visas is enjoying his nature hike as he takes big steps to get closer to his desired destination. After a 6-hour hike, Visas decides to take a rest. He takes off his knapsack and sits down against a sycamore tree. He snacks on a piece of bread in his backpack and takes a sip from a bottle of water. After 10 minutes, it starts to rain. It starts with a light drizzle. A thick fog covers the sky, creating a dense blanket of tiny drops in the air. No point in going on now, Visas thinks out loud. I wouldn't even be able to see the path anymore. Visas puts on a coat from his bag and stays seated under the sycamore tree. It doesn't take long until he starts becoming a little restless. His patience is currently not at its best. He realizes that. There is no doubt this is caused by the battle in Wrensville and the sudden disappearance of his beloved girl. More than anything, he just wants to reach Crystal City, but the mist is just too thick, so it's difficult to go anywhere without getting lost. Suddenly, Visas spots a light in the distance. Since he can't see more than a few feet in front of him, he doesn't feel like heading over there. But the same mysterious, shady figure with the hat and the stick he saw in his hometown seems to manifest itself in the distance, holding the light. Has someone been following him? The thought is making Visas a little uncomfortable. He is not exactly in the mood to fight off a bunch of robbers or deal with an annoying trafficker. He grabs his sword, just in case, but after a couple of minutes, the shadow vanishes. The figure is gone, and nothing else happens. The fog continues and Visas gets ready for the night. He assumes the next day will be more visible. That night, as he falls asleep, he keeps his weapon within reaching distance. The next morning, Visas wakes up by the sound of a large, black crow. The noise startles him. He jumps up and looks around. Nothing. The fog has faded. Visibility is back. But then he discovers that his sword is missing. Hey, where did it go? Many elves in Visas' hometown viewed swords as mere pieces of scrap metal that did the job of guarding the village, defending themselves against a greedy neighbor, or slaughtering a few animals for lunch. But Visas' sword is an heirloom. He inherited it from his father, who bought it from an extraordinary blacksmith who said it was most valuable. It is elaborately decorated with patterns, symbols, and other details. The blade is sharp, the handle easy to wield, and the metal is more durable and sturdier than any other sword he has ever seen. He cherishes the fact that his father gave it to him, as well as the intense sharpness and beauty of the blade. In other words, he wants it back. He listens carefully, trying to hear any sound that could even remotely indicate another stranger or animal. He knows he put it right next to him before he fell asleep, so somebody must have taken it. There is no other way. After a few minutes, he hears giggles. It sounds like a young girl, but in an eerie way. It's not natural. The creepy laughter seems to cut through his very being, as if its echoes are part of some icy breeze coming at him. In an instant, it feels as if the serene nature turns into a spooky setting for a murder scene. Nervously shivering, Visas looks up and sees some kind of blue vapor speedily being blown away by a gust of wind, changing direction with a whistle, as if it is whispering words that are hard to understand. He decides to follow it. There is no doubt in his mind this has something to do with the disappearance of his sword. He grabs his knapsack,
and hurries through the woods in pursuit of the strange vapor.
He hears the scary girl's voice again. Tee-hee-hee. It creeps him out, but he continues to follow it. He hears it again, this time from several different voices. What is going on here? The vocal sounds of the young ghost are coming from everywhere, surrounding Visas completely and making him tremble in fear. For a moment, he stiffens, but then he takes courage. "What do you want?" he yells.
"Oh, don't worry. We won't harm you."
The voice is coming from behind him. He turns around and stands face to face with a ghost elf girl in a white gown. He estimates her age no older than 7 or 8, if she even has an age anymore. Her countenance is lit up, but her eyes are missing, revealing only the sockets and an uncanny, bright green light in them. She stares deeply into his soul. Since the ghost is right in his face, he steps back, shaking so much that he drops his knapsack.
"Then tell me what you were doing here," he stammers.
"Vengeance,"
the ghost girl shouts as she comes nearer, her eyes burning with a fiery fury. Visas watches as more than 20 ghost girls surround him in an unnatural whirlwind of blue and white flashes. They all echo the previous words as loud as they can, howling through the air.
"Vengeance, vengeance, 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 vengeance."
Okay, I get it, Visas says quietly. "Vengeance against whom?" One of the girls hovers in front of him and starts her brief explanation.
"We are dead, dead as the dawn of each day. We died before our time had come. Cursed is the name of the one who viciously violated us, slew us, ended our existence. We cannot sleep. We cannot rest. We are doomed to wander these grounds until we feel justice return. Grief, rage, anger, and sorrow beset us each day. Somebody has to take action. Make us feel peaceful again. Vengeance is ours, but we are incompetent. Hence, we need someone else. Help us, and we will leave you alone."
Okay, Visas says as he slowly keeps walking backwards.
"There is a man in the Crystal City. The Crystal City,"
the other ghosts repeat.
"This man you're seeking, he will be easily found. He is wearing a tattoo with this symbol on his neck,"
the girl says as she shows Visas a vision of a certain spiky symbol.
"He is responsible for our deaths. Seek him out and kill him."
Visas has to think for a moment. Then he realizes it would be pretty challenging to kill a man without a sword.
"Say, ghost girls," he answers nonchalantly, "in order to kill him, I will need a sword. I mean, there are other ways, of course, but it would come in handy, don't you think? Are you the ones who took my sword?"
"Of course,"
the elf ghosts hiss in chorus. They hand over the sword they stole from Visas and give him one last sinister look, as if to warn him not to mess up. As Visas stares at the female ghost, the wind blows away the vapors with the glowing images of their faces in it. Contemplating the situation, he organizes his thoughts. At least, he has his sword back. But now, he has to commit a murder. A man he doesn't even know. Should he trust the ghosts? It seems believable. If that man really did what they say he did, then taking him out would only be an honorable, vigilante act that prevents more crimes and more victims. Those poor girls. If they were telling the truth, then such wrongdoing should not go unpunished. Besides, it's not like he has never fought or taken a life before. In various battles he has executed vile creatures from the deep, horrible beasts, and game for food. But this is an elf. His own race. Visas grabs his knapsack and moves on. He'll figure it out later. It's still a few days walking to the Crystal City. He has enough time to decide what he will do exactly. Visas looks at his sword. Nothing happened to it. He puts it in the sheath on his back and starts walking. 2 hours pass. A storm is brewing. Thick clouds are gathering in the distance. The air is getting darker, and a black shadow is approaching from the north. It won't be much longer before the tempest will obscure the mountain area. Visas opens his knapsack and takes out a poncho. He puts it on. Ah, there it is. Before he knows it, it's pouring rain. He knows these kinds of storms. They come and go like that. The mountain rainstorms are swift, but powerful. Better hold on and find some shelter for some time. This could be over quickly, he says to himself. It doesn't stop. It is actually getting worse. As the heavy rain increases in mass and power, bright lightning flashes appear, followed by loud thunder cracks. The ground isn't like what it was before. Currents of rainwater are speedily drowning out plants and shrubberies. Visas is holding on for life. He embraces a small tree next to him, making sure the stream doesn't take him down. This is a dangerous place, and he is hanging on to this feeble branch which could be ripped out at any moment now. He realizes the canyon isn't too far away from him. The thought is alarming and frightening. Then it happens. Snap! The tree breaks in half, and Visas is being tossed into the water, desperately trying to find an object, any object, to hold on to. Tumbling over rapidly, he struggles to grab onto the rocks and bushes flashing by. This is it. He is about to fall off the edge when... There he is. The man with the hat. He is pulling Visas' wrists tightly towards him, helping him cheat death. "You have a lot to learn, boy," he says. "You better be worth it." 2. Leaping from one stepping stone to the other, Visas and the old elf reach a small cave. It doesn't go very far, but it keeps them away from the perilous streams of rainwater. "You can sit over there, Visas," the man with the hat says as he points at a rock in the corner. "I am sure you are wondering how I know your name, and why I was following you." Visas sits down and listens intently. He is extremely curious to hear what this elf who just saved his life has to say. He begins, "My name is Melthor. I am an old wizard. I knew your father in Crystal City. We met regularly and exchanged artifacts to help his business and my magic endeavors. I am sorry I don't know much about what happened. However, I do know more than I want about the horrors that took place in Rensville. Your hometown." Visas' eyes get bigger. This Melthor character certainly got his attention. Melthor continues, "Let me tell you something you might have known for a while already. Rensville was corrupt. The town's chief elders were bribed. The system was defiled. Terrifying crimes were taking place each day. Murderers, thieves, abusers, rapists, evil mobs, black sorcerers, and treacherous conspirers ruled the village. I am sure you had your fair share of encounters with degraded individuals or moral confrontations." "Yes, I did," Visas answers. "Well," Melthor says, "is it any wonder that this tainted place got destroyed by orcs?" Visas raises his eyebrows. Could that really be the reason why the orcs attacked? That doesn't make any sense. Everyone knows the orc cities are even more chaotic and diabolic than the elven villages, despite the issues they were facing. "I know what you're thinking," Melthor says, observing the look on Visas' face. "These orcs are viler and more vicious than any elf could ever be.
But that's not the point. The fact that the village was corrupted is a side factor, a foretold cause by which they sealed their avoidable fate. Consequently, the orcs had a more important reason to attack Rensville. They were after a pure victim, the one who could break the curse. Slowly, the tragedy that occurred is starting to make some sense now, but Visus doesn't dare interrupt the mysterious elf in front of him. "Have you ever heard of the Oracle Curse of the Orcs?" Melthor asks. "No, never," Visus responds. "Listen carefully, boy. This is where your role becomes clear. But first, let me ask you this. Were you able to kill any orcs when they attacked?" "Well, I wounded some, so doesn't that—" "Think, boy. Were you able to kill any orcs?" Now that he mentions it, Visus recalls severely wounding several orcs, but he doesn't remember seeing any of them die. "I guess not," he finally says. "As I suspected. The curse is real, and even though the odd number of elves out there know a little about it, it concerns all of us." He takes off his hat, looks outside, and goes on. 2 centuries ago, there was a war. The battle between orcs and elves was costing each side more casualties than ever before. Mayhem and panic ran through the common mind. Both races were on the border of extinction. During the battles, each army agreed to a face-off. The best orc mage stepped forward and challenged the elves to bring forward their best wizard. As they did so, the hours went by. The soldiers watched their wizards cast spells at each other in what seemed to be an endless clash. But then, the abominable warlock of the orcs left a curse on the land so powerful that it would leave the elven race helpless for decades. It would give the orcs the opportunity to pillage where and whenever they desired. Despair fell over Terra in the blink of an eye, as his curse, which was that no weapon would ever be able to slay an orc, swept over the entire elven race. After that, he looked at the elven wizard and struck him with the spell named Falling Wall of Force. Everything seemed lost. "That's terrible," Visus exclaims. "How can we ever defend ourselves if we cannot kill them?" "This is not where it ended. You see, before the elven wizard died, he was able to counter the curse with one of his final spells. Out of thin air, he forged a sword within seconds. It was as if the elements of the air were suddenly able to gather pieces of metal. The sword would withstand the orc shaman's dark curse, and the one who would wield it could duplicate it and pass on the sword's mystic power to other weapons, thus lifting the curse forever. It would be called the Sword of Adamus." "Ah, so there is a way to kill them. We just have to get that sword, don't we?" "Easier said than done," Melthor says. "The problem is that it has gone missing." "What?" "But I have a pretty good idea where it is. We have a chance." Melthor scratches his head. The wicked warlock saw what the elven wizard did and snatched the sword out of his hands. Legend goes that he hid the weapon on a hill and jammed it into a stone. Supposedly, the sword is so stuck that it is impossible for any mortal being to retrieve it. Numerous elves have made attempts, but to no avail. However, the stone is protected by 5 magical jewels, or diamonds, if you will. Anyone desiring to wield the sword must find those jewels and place them in the stone. That is the only way to reclaim what once was ours. "So all we have to do is get those gems?" Visus asked. "Don't underestimate how difficult that will be. Every jewel is hidden in a different area, often protected or surrounded by abhorrent monsters and beasts, lurking beneath the shadows, seeking to devour whom they may. The quest I give you is a long, challenging journey, with obstacles so terrifying and lethal, I cannot even begin to describe them." "So why me?" You've probably seen me in combat. I am a trained warrior, but there are so many others out there with the same experience.
I will explain that to you later. We don't want your emotions to get in the way of your duties just yet. We need you to have a sound mind until you are ready to comprehend the necessary risks and sacrifices. All I can say now is that we have to reach the Crystal City and gather the others.
What others?
You were not the only survivor in that village, boy. Or did you really assume you were the only one not corrupted by the sins of that place?
Well, I just didn't see anyone else alive after the massacre. I passed out, so it makes sense that there could be others.
They've already entered the Crystal City. That's why we are going there. We will meet the others in a tavern and group together to ask the king for help in this matter.
Sounds good to me. That's where I was heading anyway.
Visus and Melthor wait for another hour until the rain is gone and the soil isn't soaked as much as it was before. As the sun starts to shine, they leave the cave and continue their journey through the mountains. On the way to the Crystal City, Visus explains his encounter with the ghosts.
Oh, you should never ignore those things, Melthor says. Even ghosts speak the truth, and if you neglect their request, they will haunt you forever.
But don't you think it's a little insane to just assassinate someone I've never met before?
No. You've killed before. Just see it this way. If the law hasn't caught him, he either bribed some officials or it was too hard to prove anything. Especially in Crystal City, many crimes go unnoticed. Trust me, I spent too much time there. Research for evidence can take months, even years, and in that time he will probably commit more crimes, violate more innocents, and add bitter ghosts to the lot of them. Do you understand the point I am trying to make? By accepting this exceptional request, you will not only avenge their lost souls, but free them as well, and you will prevent more misconducts. Sounds like something you just need to do. Maybe this will also prepare you for what is necessary to lift the curse of the Sword of Adamus. Besides, what did they say the name is of the criminal?
They didn't mention his name. That's the confusing part. How am I supposed to find him?
Really? Melthor asks in astonishment. It looks like you have a difficult task ahead of you. I will help you find this man, because we cannot afford to lose more time than necessary. Your mission to break the curse is urgent, but first, let's concentrate on those things at hand.
Sounds fair,
Visus answers. Determined and hastily, the duo heads to the city, bypassing a long rocky mountain range, thick forest areas with lianas and shrubbery in every shade of green one can imagine, and beautiful scenery with tiny waterfalls and creeks that provide uncontaminated water to fill up their bottles and quench their thirst. Both of them are silent. After the long exchanges of information, they know enough. It seems like Melthor is purely focused on reaching the city, closing every distraction in his mind. Visus is being patient. He has so many unanswered questions that he considers it best to await the solutions to the puzzle he got himself into. After a long hike spread over several days, the old wizard and young elven warrior reach a hill, from which the vista shows them their current destination, Crystal City.
Come on, boy. We'll be there in a half hour. Let's meet your associates. They are waiting for us.
After that, they speedily hurry down the hill towards the shining city. 3. The King. Melthor and Visus approach the city. When they arrive at the main gate, they are greeted by 2 elven guards in heavy armor holding lances and shields. "Name and purpose of entering the city," one of them says in a stern voice.
"We are simply traveling through," says Melthor. "We have an appointment at a tavern with friends who will leave the city with us. There is not much more to it. My name is Melthor, and this is Visus."
"Thank you," the guard says as he takes notes. "Hand me 2 golden coins and you may enter." Melthor takes 2 coins out of his pocket and gives them to the soldier. As he walks past the guards, Visas follows him and looks around. The gate is gigantic. On each side, a 500-foot shiny crystal statue has been positioned, a man on the left and a woman on the right, both clothed in wide robes with dozens of ancient cryptic symbols on them. Both the male and female statue are holding their arms in front of them, hands folded, as if they are welcoming visitors into the city. The walls are made of stone. It's not like the entire city is made out of crystal, but statues like these certainly confirm the location is living up to its name. One of the first things that comes to Visas' mind is the excursions with his father he made to the city. Except for the statues, not much has changed. But now that he is a little older, he is starting to see the contrast with Wrensville. In his hometown, the gap in wealth was huge, while in Crystal City, most elves seem to be doing just fine. Some houses are made out of wood, some out of brick, and some out of a combination of the two materials, but none of them look like they are in ruins. Randomly, homes on either side have a crystal window frame, crystal door, or an elegant crystal statue in their tiny yards. Some homes are upgraded completely, showing little signs of any other substances or materials. Those are the rich ones, Visas concludes. The city is a gem to look upon. With all its beauty and splendor, you wouldn't think anything malicious would happen here, but appearances are deceptive. And although the majority of its inhabitants give the impression of a civil life, it would be easy for any criminal to hide among the masses. Melthor has already led him through a dozen alleys by now, and they have passed hundreds of elves. Nobody can say the city isn't densely populated, which is probably why Visas' parents chose to live in a smaller town. After the little zigzag streets they walk through, the two travelers reach the tavern. The tavern is full of elves, giants, and dwarves. It is a crowded place.
Probably because it also functions as an inn,
Melthor assumes.
Ah, there they are. Let's go meet them.
Melthor and Visas walk to the back of the pub, accidentally bumping and elbowing the sporadic individual in the multitude. When they reach it, Melthor taps one of the men on the shoulder. After the man turns around, he exclaims, "Melthor! We were wondering what took you so long. Is this the boy?"
It is. Visas, I want you to meet Britko, one of the few survivors of the Wrensville genocide. He is a skilled warrior, and will assist you in your quest.
Visas shakes Britko's hand and looks up at him. Britko is a typical barbarian warrior, with a beard, wearing animal skins, and giant muscles in a straight-up posture. While his enormous demeanor looks intimidating, there is a certain innocence in his eyes, one that Visas immediately recognizes as a candor that is found among few of the deceased inhabitants of his hometown. "Glad to meet you, Visas. Just let me know when you need some skulls crushed, and I will be ready." "No, seriously, I would." Britko's voice, rather than the deep rumbling bass one would expect from this mountain of an elf, was rather high-pitched and almost musical.
Very nice,
Melthor adds as he walks over to the four sitting at the table.
These are the other ones who escaped the slaughter in the village. Say hello to Lasinia, Warrian, Marvar, and Narpa.
Visas raises his hands to greet them as he observes the four sitting there, relaxing and lifting their heads as if to say a quick, "Hi there." If he is going to work with these elves, he should learn and find out more about them. He knows it, but he is hesitant to reach out because of their lazy response. Lasinia is the first one who catches his attention. It looks like this young woman with a chilled attitude is doing everything to look perfectly in the eyes of others. Some of her clothes are slightly revealing, with most of her shoulders and stomach area bare, and a flare that Visas sees as an attempt to come across as seductive and tough at the same time. She creates the impression that she is taking good care of her face and hair, showing big round earrings and a number of bracelets and other jewelry. Next to her is Warrian, a short, young guy like Visas who seems to have a sword bigger than himself. He has a high crest on his forehead and a headband around it, just like Visas himself. Visas wonders if this guy is a good swordsman, He appears to be agile and focused. He guesses he'll find out in the heat of the moment, and when the actual tests of their quest begin. But for now, it's still a mystery what talents this young man is hiding. Marvar and Narpa are true archers. Visas sees it in an instant. They are holding on to their bow for life, and are carrying a pack of arrows on their backs. Perhaps they are in a relationship. Perhaps not. Who cares? That would be their business. As Visas looks at them from the corner of his eyes, they are staring into the distance as if they are in their own world. Seeing those two together reminds Visas of his beloved one. All this traveling and he still hasn't found out what happened to her. Could it be that the wizard knows more? Or has she been lost forever? He is desperately longing to find her. It has been a long time since he saw her, and his thoughts are interrupted. After a few seconds, Visas shrugs and brushes off the thought, as at this moment it is merely distracting him. Britko puts his big hand on Visas' back and asks, "Are you okay? You seem a little out of it."
"Oh, yes,"
Visas responds.
"Good to meet all of you. Let's get down to business."
"I have already sought permission to speak to the king of Crystal City," Melthor says. "We need all the help we can get. Increasing our chances of getting through this mess is essential to our success. Meet me here tomorrow morning. I am going to get some sleep. I advise you to do the same."
As Melthor walks away, the others stare at Visas.
"So," Lasinia begins, "you're one of the few survivors of what happened in Rensville, are you?"
"That's right," Visas answers.
"Tell me, do you have any combat experience? Or were you just hiding in a corner like a little child, waiting for the orcs to leave?"
What was this woman's problem? Visas already sensed an attitude when he came in, but he didn't expect her to jump to the wrong conclusions like that. He felt offended, but he wasn't going to let her get to him.
"I have fought beasts in game,"
Visas answers.
"and no, I wasn't hiding. I fought off several orcs before I was left to myself."
"Did you kill any?" Warlin asks.
"Well, no. And after what Melthor told me, I'm starting to understand why."
The four warriors look at each other. Then Britko asks,
"What exactly did he tell you, Visas?" "He told me about the Sword of Adamus, the curse, and the diamonds. It's all clear to me. I am completely up for retrieving the sword and using it to defeat those orcs,"
Visas says with a smile. Britko stares at him for a few seconds and says,
"Did he also tell you about—"
"Britko?" Lasinia yells, interrupting the humongous elf warrior. Britko looks at her and she glances back, shaking her head as if to tell him to stop talking about it.
Britko says, "I guess we'll share some more details with you after we leave the city. And don't worry about it for now. Let's celebrate our new friendship."
Britko sways his arms into the air and accidentally hits another customer in the bar. "Why don't you watch where you're going, you clumsy cow?" the irritated man says.
"What did you just call me?"
Britko asks. "You heard me." Before the others can blink their eyes, the two are standing face to face, poking fingers into each other's chests and threatening each other. A fight looks unavoidable at this point.
"This is not going to pass by like that,"
Lasinia says.
"We better interfere or it will be too—"
But it really is too late. Lasinia gets up from her stool, but before she can say anything else, Britko has punched the man in front of him in the face already. His hit has such a tremendous effect that it throws the man to the other side of the tavern, hitting a random drunkard in the face and making him spill his beer.
"How dare you!"
the drunkard exclaims.
"Let's see if you're still so tough after facing me!"
He runs across the room and attacks Britko. Visas says in a hesitant voice as he watches the whole tavern turn into a battle zone.
"Come on, let's just get out of here,"
Lasinia says.
"He'll be okay. This is the third fight he's had in 5 days. It's like he gets a kick out of it."
"Sure. Visas and the archers say, after which they sneak out the back door. Let's just wait here, Warian suggests. He'll be out in a few minutes. About 10 minutes later, Britko crashes through the window and rolls onto the pavement. He shakes his head and looks up. That took longer than last time. Did you become stronger or something? Warian asks. No, Britko says. These guys were just too easy. Come on, let's check out the rest of the city. The 6 warriors start walking through the city alleys. On the way to the palace, they come across all kinds of guild shops and a market with at least 50 merchants trying to sell them knickknacks, weapons, food, carpentry, and lamps. Visas realizes why his father came here so often. There are so many lucrative businesses that one could earn a fortune in this city. Warian picks up a few weapons. Licinia checks out the jewelry and tries on several outfits. Britko flirts with a few female elves, and the archers are silently taking it all in. Meanwhile, Visas tries to keep his eyes open, looking for anything that could lead to a clue to find the serial killer the ghosts told him about. After an hour, the group returns to the tavern and separates to their individual rooms. Visas falls asleep quickly and doesn't wake up by anything for a long time. The next morning, he is woken up by Warian, knocking on his door. Come on, Visas. Let's go to the palace. The king is expecting us. Visas gets up and grabs his outfit and his weapons. Coming, he shouts as he runs downstairs. Outside the tavern, the whole group is waiting. Have a good rest? Britko asks. Yep, nothing wrong with it. I was out like that. You? Of course. Do you have nightmares about the village? Warian asks. I do, Visas says. We just talked about it a few days ago. We all do. Terrible things have happened there. It's a shame that nothing was done to prevent it. Sometimes I can see elves suffering and dying. The orcs left nothing standing. Those brutes have no morals, no civilization. It's like a lawless society. Make sure you watch your back if you ever go there. Luckily, there is a sea between our world and theirs. But the one time they decide to attack, they don't do it lightly. Have you ever been over there? Visas asks. No. Then how? Ah, you are wondering how I know all this stuff if I haven't even seen it with my own eyes, aren't you? Well, one of my friends said he went there all the time to exchange goods, whatever that means. I still don't understand how you can trade with those monsters. But that's what he did. That was his profession. He told me stories of their buildings, structures, government, street life, and relationships. It sounded pretty sickening. Some of the horrific details he added to his tales. Of course, he is dead now. He didn't survive the slaughter. Pretty ironic, if you ask me, seeing that the creatures who helped him make a living now took his very life. What goods did he exchange? Visas asks. No idea, Warian says. But it sounded a little sketchy, like something for the black market. Interesting, Visas says. The 5 men and 2 women approach the palace. As they turn around the corner, the magnificent edifice becomes visible. It truly looks glorious, towering above the rest of the city. The complete structure is made out of crystal, with majestic shapes and symbols all over it. Each tower is topped with an elliptic shape and a peak in the shape of a point. Gothic patterns, decorations, and elaborate details are, as it were, proudly representing the royal courts inside it. Designing and constructing this complex citadel must have taken years or even decades to complete. Lifting their gaze, all except Melthor are in awe. Some of them open their mouths and keep staring. Melthor urges them to keep walking and not let the king wait. Melthor has been there numerous times, seeking favor or approval from their regal ruler. They climb up the stairs and are welcomed by 2 guards, who go through their daily routines and inquire about their business. After seeing Melthor and listening to his explanation, they let them enter. The team walks through the palace halls and observes impressive results from artists, designers, and construction workers in the walls, tapestries, mirrors, and luxurious objects they pass. After a 10-minute walk through the long hallway, Melthor leads them into the courtyards. Wait here, Melthor says.
I will be right back.
The 6 warriors comply as they perceive the splendor of the courtyard. Enormous crystal columns dominate their view, while colorful flowers, flowing fountains, and elegant statues finish off the decor. The garden equals the ultimate concept of a utopia in any commoner's mind.
How can the king afford all this luxury?
Britko asks. The others shrug.
Either his servants love him and the city is well off, or he exploits them by overcharging their tax money.
Narpa answers. The others look at her. The archers, Marvar and Narpa, have been completely quiet so far. It is a little surprising that she said something. Visis wonders if this has anything to do with something she experienced before. Maybe something bad happened in Rensville that makes her so suspicious. Or maybe it is nothing. Visis can only guess as he goes over her remarks in his head a couple of times.
Either way, I think we will find out soon enough,
Britko says. After a few minutes, Melthor returns.
The king will see us, he says. Let me do the talking, though. He's not the easiest person to talk to. I've had some awkward encounters with him in the past, but he doesn't trust anyone he doesn't know. If I speak up and you stay silent, at least we'll stand a chance.
Arriving in the Sovereign's quarters, the group moves forward with hopeful hearts. Melthor leads the pack and steps into the light which is coming from the rays shining through the leaded glass windows. The king looks like any elf, but having aged in years, he possesses a certain claim of nobility in his demeanor. The way he tilts his head, holds his staff, and leans back on his comfortable throne make him seem fit to fulfill the leadership position of a true monarch. His mantle is adorned with shiny gems in all different colors. His crown consists of pure gold, and the jewelry on his hands and around his neck surpass the wages for the daily labor by the average citizen by far. He rests his head on his hand, and his hand on his left knee, waiting for the arriving company to discuss their affairs. Melthor stops. After a quick stare, he averts his eyes and bows his head.
On your knees,
he whispers to the others behind him. They obey his command.
Your Majesty,
he begins.
We have come before you with a request for aid in our quest.
Speak, the king answers. Melthor begins. He explains the dilemma from start to end, the orc curse, the sword of Adamus, and their mission to retrieve said weapon.
You see, O king, he says, we are in desperate need for support. If we can get reinforced by courageous warriors and mercenaries, withstanding the dangers of Terra to retain the diamonds and duplicating the sword to raise an army against the orcs, only then will we find the solution against extermination.
The king raises his eyebrows. Then he rolls his eyes and frowns. Nonsense, he says. There hasn't been an orc around Crystal City for decades. They're fine where they are. I don't believe they see a need to attack us. But they infiltrated our home village, Visis shouts as he stands up. What are you saying, lad? That our magnificent stronghold is in any way comparable to your pathetic hideout? Our city is grand. We are armed to the teeth, and our walls will resist any outsiders. Nothing can penetrate our defenses. You are a lunatic if you think anything or anyone could harm us in our protected area.
Your Majesty, please,
Melthor contends.
Once the curse has become eternal, even the strongest fortress cannot endure those brutes. They will be invincible, even against our bravest soldiers. You have to reach out and prevent a collapse of our great elven society. Consider our plea and assist us in our endeavors.
The king thinks for a moment. Then he stands up and raises his arm. I've had enough of your pitiful petitions. Leave this place instantly, or I will arrest you for insubordination.
But your Majesty,
Melthor says. Leave. How dare you defy me? I am the royal heir. My orders will be observed, or so help me, I will pour out the full wrath of the crystal throne. Guards, escort these fellows to their proper locations. From various corners of the room, A number of guards appear and grab the petitioning elves by their arms. "Resistance is futile," one of them says. "Struggle, and you will face the consequences for betrayal." None of them resist, and they are guided beyond the palace walls. With disappointed looks on their faces, they leave the surrounding area and head towards the tavern.
Hey, you!
A civilian shouts at them.
Didn't I see you in Wrensville? The wicked village that got incinerated by righteous vindication?
Visus senses trouble. He has a nose for these kinds of uproars. They always start with one dissatisfied or aggressive person, but they can escalate in a matter of minutes. "I don't know what you're talking about, lady. We're just passing through," Visus reassures her.
No, I recognize you. You're one of those profligate farmers from the West. You are not welcome here.
Other bystanders are becoming aware of the confronting claims. They gather speedily and observe the discussion with keen ears. "Lady, please leave us alone. We have a long journey ahead of us," Melthor says with some irritation in his voice.
You would like that, wouldn't you? Men of Crystal City, these are the defilers of our civilization, and now they are polluting our peaceful place with their presence. Are we going to tolerate this?
No, let's throw them out.
They don't belong here.
Take your filth and leave.
A clamorous choir of elven voices echoes through the air, shouting all manner of accusations against the warriors, who are vigorously attempting to weave their way through the hostile crowd. Ouch! Visus feels a rotten tomato against his head. More decaying fruits and vegetables follow in a matter of minutes.
"Let's get out of here,"
Melthor instructs as he accelerates his pace. Arriving at the tavern, they close and lock the door, leaning against it to protect themselves and to keep it from being opened. The innkeeper approaches them and asks,
"What's happening out there? What have you done?"
"We are from Wrensville," Warrion boldly answers. "What's it to you?"
"Easy there," the innkeeper says. "I have nothing against travelers from other towns, even if they carry an infamous reputation around here. Let me handle this."
The innkeeper signals the group to step aside and opens the door. As the mob yells outrageous threats, the innkeeper initiates his request.
"Please, ladies and gentlemen, be civil. These men and women are not here to cause any harm. They arrived in peace, and we will let them depart in peace. Their past has no effect on us. I urge you to leave the premises instantly and go about your business. I will stand for them, and I will not tolerate this gross behavior. Now go home, before I inform the authorities of your conduct."
Unwillingly and grudgingly, the mass divides itself asunder, with each elf separating and slowly going home. It didn't take much to convince them to leave. Some of them know the innkeeper well, and they took heed not to get in his way.
"How can we thank you?"
Licinia asks.
"By tipping me well." "Don't worry about it. Take a seat and tell me what you want for a drink. The night is young, my tavern is empty, and you are valued customers. So, what are we having today?"
4. Seized. The rocking waves of the water retain her sleep. She dozes off into her own dream world for what seems to be an eternity. Incessant blows of water toss the rowboat back and forth, creating an influx of shocks and jolts in her wandering mind.
"How was our pretty princess? Still dreaming?"
The sound of his voice awakes her, but stubbornly, her brown eyes remain shut. The noises seem to disappear far in the distance. Her long, brown, straight hair covers up half of her face as she turns her head slightly into his direction. Her head. It feels like someone is banging on it with a sledgehammer, and although her memory is temporarily failing her, the curiosity of her whereabouts is too weak to incite her movement. She remains still and awaits the rest of their dialogue.
"So, how is she? Just knocked out, isn't she?" "Sure is. Not a fly in the world could wake that girl up. It's like she's dead." "She better not be. The boss says to keep her alive. I don't know why, and I don't care." "If you don't know,
Then what keeps us from spilling her blood and feeding her to those impatient sharks?
I said to keep her alive. You don't want to mess with the boss. You want to spill blood? Kill a shark.
The others chuckle.
What are you looking at?
And with that, the conversation ends. Hesitant to reveal her awoken state, her inquisitive mind demands answers. What they will do when they find out she is awake, she does not know. She simply knows that she immensely detests the ignorance and vulnerability of laying her life in the hands of strangers. Some of them have a harsh, shrill voice, while others bellow like a roaring lion. The curiosity is killing her. More than anything, she wants to find out what happened and shed some light on her plight, even though it appears to be unsafe for her to do so. Slowly but steadily, she squints her eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of the boat and the males surrounding her. Caught off guard by the impression it leaves on her mind, her eyes open wide. Suddenly, she realizes she does not want to alarm them and closes them quickly, hoping they didn't notice. They are orcs. Each and every one of them. What madness is this? From what she saw, there must be at least a dozen, all crammed into a tiny rowboat. The 2 seconds in which her eyes were open tell her 4 orcs are rowing and the remaining ones are on the lookout, talking in a distinct manner and sorting materials as they please. Panic fills her whole body as she makes an attempt to analyze her fate.
Where are the orcs taking me? How did I end up here? Why was I knocked out?
The inner voice with agonizing questions confuses her. Breathing more heavily, she demands answers and pants for air. Survival instincts are taking over, and she feels the adrenaline flow through her senses. She catches herself in her fright, telling herself she has time to overview the matter.
Okay,
she thinks.
First there was the alarm, then the fire. I tried to sneak away. One of those orcs saw me.
It's all starting to make sense now. The raid happened so fast, but she remembers. The orcs captured her. Why did they do that, seeing that they slaughtered almost everyone else? It still doesn't make sense. But either way, her desire to improve her fortunes are overcoming her need for clarification.
Keep rowing, you pigs,
she hears one of the orcs shout.
At this pace, we will end up at the bottom of the sea. Faster!
That must be their leader. Orc clans and groups always have leaders. Their way of living is extremely hierarchical. If only she could take out their commander, she would stand a chance of confusing them and taking charge. It sounds simple, but the thought terrifies her as she contemplates her strategy. Hoping to catch another glimpse of her environs, she opens one eye as fast as she can and closes it again. Estimates are that her captor is about 15 feet away from her. He looks huge, with muscles like tree trunks, a torso twice the size of a regular elf's body, sharp, elongated tusks, and creepy eyes with dark, black bags underneath them. As she shivers at the sight of this filthy creature, she wonders what to do exactly. However, moments like this don't need an extravagant examination. Taking risks is part of life. Choosing which tactics will give her the biggest advantage, she discovers something else. Her hands are tied. Figures. One wouldn't capture another without tying them up. The rope, however, proves to be feeble and flexible. If she could wiggle her hands into a certain position, she could free herself from the sloppy shackles. It only takes her a few tugs until she manages to pull the rope apart. After that, she sits still, anticipating a reaction. She waits. Nobody noticed. Nothing. This is it, the moment of action. She imagines telling herself to be brave and not to cogitate the setting any longer. Shoving her careful considerations apart, she decides to do what she must. She opens her eyes, stands on her 2 feet, and runs towards the monstrous orc she regards as the leader of the pack.
Hey, what the...
Before he can utter another word, she tackles the orc, clutching her arms around his waist and forcing him to drop into the salty water. Unable to control this sudden attack completely, she loses her balance and falls at the same time on top of him.
Get her!
She hears a remote voice shouting in anger. As she holds down the startled orc in an endeavor to make him drown, she notices the approaching of fins on her left side. It all takes a matter of seconds. Little did she know that the orcs weren't joking about the sharks. They were right. The sharks are all around her. As she observes her impending doom, the threatening fins increase in speed rapidly, making her wonder if what she was doing was anything else from pure stupidity and foolish irony, which would undoubtedly result in her immediate death after all.
You, grab onto the paddle, girlie. We will heave you back into the boat. Do it now.
There is no other way. The sharks are coming, and they look famished. And no matter how much she dreads what the orcs will do to her, selecting sudden death as shark bait doesn't feel like a competing option to her. So she grabs the orc's oar and gets pulled back into the boat. Meanwhile, the other orcs watch in horror, and to her delight, as the humongous orc leader fails to get back into the rowboat in time. A giant shark has already sunk its teeth into his leg, and is dragging him away from the boat. Screaming out his lungs in anguish, the orc disappears underwater. All that remains is an area of water, turning crimson red. While the other orcs view the gruesome scene, they tremble in fear. Then they return to her.
You, evil elven wench. If I were allowed to kill you, I would rip your eyes out of your sockets and feed them to the sharks.
Striking her in the face, he continues,
You're lucky we are obligated to hand you over alive, or you would have been dead and ripped apart a long time ago.
Lying on the boat floor, she rubs over her face as to minimize the pain from the blow.
Now stay there and don't try anything tricky. Boruko, tie her up, and make sure it's sturdy this time. My rank exceeds all of yours now, so this leaves me in charge. Let's keep moving.
One of the orcs, apparently named Boruko, walks over to her and ties her hands and feet.
There is nothing you can do now, Missy. You are bound by one of the strongest ropes we have. I must give you credit for your escape attempt, but you have to do better than this to outsmart us.
As she rubs a small tear on the boat, she calms down and accepts the hopelessness of her dire circumstances. If only those vicious sharks hadn't been there.
Oh well, 1 orc down, 11 more to go,
she mumbles. She sits up. The corner of the boat is a tad wet, as her white top and red skirt still drip seawater on the floor from her previous swimming experience. She feels yucky and hot. Her red headband is only making it worse, not better. The salt water sticks to her eyes and in her hair as it dries up quickly in the burning sun. The orcs have a foul stench about them. She is uncertain if they ever bathe. The heat becomes worse, and she doesn't feel like saying anything, but the thirst feels like she could throw up an entire desert of sand. She can't take it anymore. After fighting it for a stretch of time, she turns to one of the orcs and whispers in a hoarse voice,
Water? What? What was that?
The orc asks.
Where did you find the guts to make demands? Now sit still and shut up.
Just give her some water, another orc says. We need to keep her alive, remember? We can't have her die because of dehydration.
Fine.
The orc gets up and takes a flask of water from one of the benches in the boat. He walks over to her and squats in front of her.
Make sure she can drink it, he hears from behind her.
Yes, I will see to it,
he mutters. Those savages. She feels like spitting the water in his face, but she is completely tied up and helpless. Performing such an impulsive act would only trigger more conflict, and seeing the position she is in, she can use all the water she can get. Hastily, she gulps the water, as if she hasn't drunk in years.
Easy there. You're not going to leave enough for the rest of us.
She doesn't care. Anything to get in their way. And why would she have any sympathy for these orcs? They destroyed her village, took her away from her loved one, and left everything to ashes.
By the way, since we're going to be in the same boat for a few more days, how about we get it over with and get your name, she-elf?
Why do you want to know? It's none of your concern,
she jeers.
I guess it's not, but we have to call you something. It'll make it easier. Hey, I am not trying to get close to you or something. I despise your filthy race, as all of us do. But let's put it this way.
His face turns from friendly to creepily angry in an instant.
You can cooperate, and we will keep your suffering at a minimum. Or
She looks straight at him.
you can try to play your silly cat and mouse game and see what that will get you. Don't underestimate me. I've been a torturer for years in the dungeons of our master, and I know exactly how to make you wish you were dead. So what's it going to be, girlie?
5. Enigma. Visus, Melthor, and the other group members are sitting at the tavern tables. The bar is quiet. It's a dark and dreary moment. The warriors are clueless as of what actions to take next. Each individual gazes at a different corner of the room, frequently taking sips from their drinks. The most common drinks in this region are called sheenkas, known for their sweet flavor at first and their bitter aftertaste. Sheenkas were created from the Altoa plant, a plant which was superfluously produced in the fields near the Crystal City. Physicians and alchemists discovered its nutritional value and appealing taste, but they never grasped the full potential of the plant's elements. The full effects and possibilities of this mysterious plant remained in secrecy until further research would enlighten the minds of the commoners with more knowledge. Melthor seems restless. All kinds of plans are brewing in his head, and he seems unable to organize his thoughts. He looks around and decides to open his mouth.
Okay,
Melthor begins.
before we go anywhere, we have a serious problem. Visus has been contacted by Children's Ghost in the forest. He has been given the assignment to assassinate a criminal to restore peace to their souls and a fragment of justice to the city. We are going to help him sort this thing out, since every second that we are delayed, we are closer to permanent destruction. Simply put, I want all of you to split up and research the issue. Visus, you have the floor. Tell us more about the man we need to find.
Well, the ghosts showed me how to track him down, more or less. He has a tattoo on his neck. If you can get me a piece of paper, I can draw it and show you.
Melthor reaches in his bag and takes out a feather, some ink, and a scroll.
Draw the tattoo on this. Every character or letter on this piece of paper is pointless anyway. You may use it to show us what you know.
Visus starts sketching. He possesses some drawing skills from his early youth that he easily applies as he illustrates the symbol on the parchment as shown by the infantile ghosts. The others watch in amazement, leaning over the table and staring at his quick hand. The symbol looks like the top half of a skull, attached to 3 swords crossed, 2 diagonally and 1 vertically. Above it, a swirly line is visible, with a spiky end on each side, curving around the top of the skull horizontally and making it appear as a typical tattoo any scumbag would have on his or her skin.
There,
Visus says.
That's what I saw. Do you recognize it?
Melthor and the warriors shake their heads.
I have never seen this symbol before,
Melthor says in a disappointing tone.
Looks like we have a long search ahead of us.
The best way to optimize our chances is to split up, Warrian says.
No,
Licinia counters.
there is no way we will get through the mass again without getting injured. Don't you realize now that we're spotted, they're all out to get us? We just have to get out of the city. I don't care about some creepy spirit seeking vengeance. They've lived their lives. There's nothing we can do to prevent their deaths.
You're right, Visus says.
Except for one thing. And what's that? We are not doing it for vengeance. We're not doing it to help them. They are beyond being rescued anyway. Then what are we doing it for, genius?
Licinia asks.
We are to remove those criminals to prevent more innocent children from becoming their victims.
I agree with Visus,
Brickdo says as he steps forward.
If one of those murderous perverts is on the loose, then I would rather act now than never.
Warrian gives Licinia an empathetic look and shrugs. Licinia thinks for a second, then rolls her eyes and sits back.
Fine,
she answers.
So figure out a plan already.
It's simple, Melthor claims. Each of you is going incognito. Vanish into the crowds. Pretend you're not there and observe day and night until you find the one responsible for those deaths. I don't care if it'll cost you your sleep. We're losing time, and we must get this over with as quickly as possible.
Hey, innkeeper! Bricktoe shouts. As the innkeeper approaches the table, Melthor emphasizes the time limit again, and then looks at him.
We're in need of hoods and aconites. You do us a favor and find sufficient for all of us, and we will double your reward.
Sounds like a good bargain, the innkeeper answers with a smile on his face, shaking Melthor's hand.
I will be back shortly. I know exactly where to go.
After the departure of the innkeeper, the company surrounds the table and draws a city map, pointing out the different areas to keep watch. Melthor takes control as he pins down city quarters and encourages the men and women to be patient and stay focused. A half-hour later, the innkeeper walks in and greets them enthusiastically.
Here you go, lads, he says. Some of the finest fabric I've seen in years. Ready to be worn by my special guests.
Melthor hands over the coins as payment and distributes the robes.
Now go, he says. We must make haste.
Visus puts on the robe with the hood and steps outside, taking a right turn when the others turn left. He looks distressingly at the crowds that just barely persecuted them and hissed their presence with their uproar. They don't seem to notice nor recognize any of the Wrensville elves. Good, Visus thinks. Now let's find out where this criminal is hanging out, so we can remove this pedophile pest from society. Hours pass by as Visus weaves his way through the crowds and finds himself in one of the darkest alleys of Crystal City. He observes every male coming his way. Each potential candidate is detected by his concentrated determination and his focus to solve the puzzle. Observing each person with great effort, he glances at a she-elf with the same tattoo as the ghosts indicated. I thought this was about a male, Visus thought, but the woman wearing the same tattoo is still suspicious to him. The woman is wearing a skimpy black top and a miniskirt. Her tight belt slouches halfway down her hips, and her body is adorned with a golden necklace, several ornamented bracelets, and round silver earrings. Her hair is cut shortly below her shoulders, and Visus notices even from afar that she is wearing way too many add-ons to make her lips and eyelashes stand out. His interest is piqued, his curiosity sparked, his attention got caught. He has to know more about this strange coincidence. Discreetly, he ensues the she-elf into an empty city alley, where he increases his pace and comes within touching distance. He pats her on the shoulder. "Excuse me," he says. The woman is startled. What do you want with me?" She stutters nervously. "My name is Visus. I need to know more about your tattoo. Where did you get it? What does it stand for?" "Oh," she says. "It's not very significant at all. My boyfriend and I thought it would be fun to get the same tattoo in the same spot, so we did." "Your boyfriend has the same tattoo on his neck?" Visus asks in slight misbelief. "Exactly. He told me it was a symbol of a gang of some sorts, but he never explained the details." Visus is getting the feeling this woman is lying. She won't look at him. Shrugs, fidgets, and hesitates in her words. "So you don't know what it means?" he asks. "Of course not. It was just for fun," she answers sheepishly. Visus comes closer. "Listen, lady, I don't know what your motives are, but I cannot help but get the gut feeling you're hiding something from me." He pushes her a little into a shady corner and continues. "I am usually not the type of person who threatens random women on the street, but I swear that I will not restrain myself if you don't come up with a more plausible story. I want the truth. There are lives at stake." The woman shivers and dares not utter a word for several moments. "Okay," she finally admits
after seeing Visas' angry stare. My boyfriend is part of a gang. I don't know exactly what they do, but he brings in the money. What would you do? He makes a living. I honestly don't care how, and I don't want to know. Something is telling me it isn't all legal, but who cares? Now, if you will please let me go, I have other errands to perform. She tries to get away by evading him, but Visas puts his arm against the wall, blocking her exit. You're not going anywhere until I know where to find him, he says. After a quick, credible description of the location of his whereabouts, Visas lets her off the hook and continues his search. He watches from the corners of the street the woman mentioned as dozens of elves walk past him, wearing tattoos of dragons, skulls, goblins, spikes, swords, axes, and all manner of creatures and weapons. Most of them have them on their arms, legs, belly, back, and shoulders. Suddenly, Visas notices someone with a tattoo on his neck. There, he thinks. This could be him. Carefully, he pursues the individual for several blocks, maintaining his distance to cover up his intentions. He cannot help but perceive that this shady man is heading into the direction of the tavern. Following him for another turn, he recognizes the location. Yes, he is going to the tavern. Visas walks over to the front door and puts his hand on the doorknob. Then he hesitates. Better go around the back, he thinks. Sneaking into the back alley, he nervously looks around every corner. 10 seconds later, he finds himself in front of the back door to the tavern. Quietly, he opens the creaking door and stays in the hallway, trying to eavesdrop as he puts his ear against the door which leads to the main room in the tavern. Where are the others? They're all downstairs. Whoever is interested in the young ones can please his senses. And the parents? They will be notified shortly, but if you don't mind, I would like to go down and have some fun. Good. Good. The ransom will go up every day, as agreed. Of course. And if they don't pay? What then? The man says as he makes a hand signal across his throat, subtly indicating the simple concept of murder. Oh, yes. Just like the others. It was their own fault. Now, if you will please excuse me. I will be there momentarily as well. Visas cannot believe his ears. He doesn't even want to imagine what is going on downstairs. And he won't. Are they torturing or bullying those kidnapped children? Are they so sadistic as to abuse them and then sell them for ransom? What is wrong with these cruel elves? Another thought stuns Visas' sentiments. Was that the innkeeper he heard? Difficult to believe after his early hearty welcome and outstanding customer service. Anxiously trying to control his emotions, he listens as the nigh resonance of footsteps terrifies his revolted mind. The man opens the door and turns right without even seeing Visas standing behind the door on the other side. He follows the man with the tattoo on his neck to the end of the hallway, watching him disappear from his gaze. Visas turns around the corner and bumps into a dead end. Impossible. He was right there. Something fishy is going on here. Squinting his eyes in disbelief, he gropes the walls looking for any irregularities whatsoever. A minute or two later, he notices his erroneous conclusion. Aha! That must be it. Directly in front of him, the wall shows a slight dent in an odd shape at the end of the hallway. Visas pushes the dent with his finger and watches in awe while the other side of the wall opens up, manifesting a secret door. Behind the door is a stairway, with about 20 steps curving down into a murky cellar. Treading cautiously down the stairs, noises in the distance draw near. The closer Visas gets, the faster his heart starts beating. He holds onto the railing and slows down his pace, approaching the light of an old, dusty lantern. Spider webs are all around him, as well as crumbling bricks and remains of a foundation that was once solid and polished. So, did you bring the beer? Visas hides behind the corner of a friable pillar. No, he is coming down himself. No worries, buddy. It will be right here, and then the party can begin.
Visus peeks around the corner of the pillar and observes 3 men sitting at a table, playing cards. The elf who arrived is walking around, looking for something.
Lost again. That's what you get when you bluff every time. There's no way you can hide that amateurish face from us. We can see right through you.
Can you now? We'll see about that in the next round.
Hey, how about this one?
The man with the tattoo says as he bends over and gazes into a corner of the room.
Ha! Oh, that's a fierce one. Good luck taming her.
Visus looks down and sees a young girl locked up in a cage. The girl is probably not older than 7, wearing a single-pieced dress, sitting in the corner. She looks sloppy and dirty. Her head is buried in her knees, leaning against the cold stone firmament of the cellar. Next to the girl's cage is another cage, and another, and another. Visus counts 6 cages, all locked up, holding girls of similar age inside them.
Poor kids,
Visus thinks.
They look tired and hungry.
Instantly, he swears he will get these victims out before anything foully happens to them. He analyzes the situation, expanding his vision and looking for the cage keys.
Beat that!
The sound of the man's voice startles him.
I told you, I would win this time.
Somehow I'm getting the feeling you aren't completely honest with us. One of the other men says.
Let me see that.
Another man pulls the cards out of his hands.
I knew it. You crook. Did you think we wouldn't find out?
Visus is not particularly displeased with these developing scenes. The arguing elves may just give him enough time to sneak through the shadows of this odious cellar and open the cages. The boxes, the table, the chairs, the packets, the lamps. Ah, there they are. The keys are hanging on a nail on the wall, right above a table, on the side, on top of a few crates with empty bottles. Firmly believing he can reach them, he tiptoes through the shadows of the pillars and stretches out his hand to grab them.
Stop!
Visus looks to the side. Did someone discover his presence? If you two could finally settle down a bit, nobody should care about a couple of coins when we are going to be rich, selling these young girls to their rich parents. Visus sighs from relief. They can't even see him. He reaches again. Slowly and silently he takes the keys off the nail and opens one of the cages. Shh. Visus softly whispers as he puts his finger in front of his mouth.
Stay here until I signal you to move.
The girl nods. Visus takes the keys to the other cages and opens them one by one, making clear to every girl that they have to be quiet and stay put. Then he sneaks back to the stairs and waves to the girls to come. Separately, the girls crawl to the stairs. The men seem too obsessed with their argument, so this is their only chance. The last girl is about to put her foot on the first step when she suddenly knocks over a glass bottle. Clang! What the? All men look into her direction, realizing something strange is happening. To Visus, it seems as if time stands still. In a split of a second, he turns his gaze to the men, then to the girls, then up the stairs, and back. Run! He tells the girls as he grabs his sword and flings his robe into a corner. Get them! The man with the tattoo yells in rage. Visus holds his sword in front of him and takes a few stabs at one of the closest men. Stay back or I will kill you! An evil smirk appears on the men's faces as they reach out for a club, an axe, and a spear behind the table.
Coming to save the day, boy? Or are you here to join them? There are 4 of us. What are you going to do? You'll be dead before you can blink your eyes.
They're right. His fighting skills make him a capable warrior, but not invincible. While Visus is planning his strategy, he finds himself dodging several blows from his enemies. The first hit has such an impact that the recoil hurts his arm to the extent of almost dropping his sword. With the second blow, an axe flashes in front of him as he jumps back. The third strike misses him and makes his club bash into the pillar. The pillar crumbles heavily and shows more signs of instability than before. This gives Visus an idea. Instead of retreating or storming at his attackers, He runs into the second pillar with his shoulder, making the crumbly column falter like a crust of bread being crushed in the palm of one's hand.
"Are you insane? You're gonna bury us all!"
one of the men shouts. Visus doesn't care one bit. He evades another attack from a heavy weapon and kicks against another pillar. Slowly but certainly, the entire cellar ceiling begins to kibble, turning the structure into pieces of brick, dust, and debris. The men rush towards Visus, who dives to the stairs, grasping onto the railing and kicking away the hands of the assailants. The whole tavern's foundation is shaking heavily. Finally, Visus manages to kick the tattooed man in the face and run up the stairs. Searching for the girls, he runs through the quaking building towards the front exit. There, he finds the young ones standing in front of the tavern, waiting for his arrival, clinging onto each other in fear. Visus hurries to the door and jumps out of the tavern just before it collapses. This has to be the shakiest tavern he has ever seen, he concludes. The breakdown causes a rumbustious noise and transforms into a filthy ruin of rubbish and construction fragments. Smoke evaporates from the top, blinding the eyes of the ignorant bystanders. Visus protects the girls with his arms and turns his head into the opposite direction, closing his eyes tightly to prevent any dust entering them. He remains in this position for a little while until he hears a voice.
"Hey, what happened? Why did the tavern collapse?"
He looks up and recognizes his friends.
Oh, nothing. Let's just say the mystery is solved, and these girls are free to return home,
Visus shouts back.
Are any of you hurt?
He asks the girls. No response. Visus doesn't blame them. They must have had quite the trauma, being captured and all. He decides to leave it at that for now. As long as they can go to their parents, it won't matter at the moment. But then he glances around and catches a glimpse of the innkeeper in the distance.
"Hey!"
he yells.
"Stop that man!"
The small crowd that gathered around him looks at Visus and then at the escaping bartender.
"Watch them!"
he tells Britko as he turns and sprints towards the innkeeper. Chasing him through the streets, it doesn't take Visus much to catch up to him. When he is close enough, he leaps forward and throws his arms around the innkeeper's waist, causing him to fall on the pavement.
You deceitful, disgusting, wretched...
Save your breath, the innkeeper says, interrupting him. I never laid a hand on any of those girls, but I am guilty of turning the other way. By this time, a considerable number of elves has arrived at the scene. Visus stands up while the innkeeper remains on the floor and looks at one of the soldiers in the multitude. Did you hear that confession? He asks. The soldier nods. Well, what are you waiting for then? Take him away. As you command, sir. The soldier seizes the innkeeper and takes him away to the palace to be judged. Just like that. The crowd stares at Visus and starts to smile. Within seconds, his promenade is accompanied by a loud applause of content citizens. As he arrives at the streets where the girls and his friends are, he watches as the elves of Crystal City are apologizing to the warriors. 6. Corrupted Memories.
Have you always been so strong-minded?
Silana asks. Visus stares at the sunset. The sky is lit like a flaming torch and illuminated with bright and sharp yellows, a bold red sun descending behind the hills, and mellow purple stripes, which look like the final touch on a professional painter's masterpiece.
Yes. When I have a goal,
he answers after a while.
I don't deviate from my course easily. It's just something I always valued. You know, to never give up if you know what you're fighting for. Would you fight for me?
Visus looks straight at her big brown eyes and touches her hair.
I would go to the end of the world for you. Don't you ever forget that. I would do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
Silana smiles and moves closer to him, leaning her head against his shoulder. The view of Wrensville is amazing. The others in town call it Sunset Point, the hill they are sitting on. They have been there for almost an hour now, talking about this or that, chatting the evening away.
What else have you fought for?
Silana asks.
Well, Visas isn't sure how to answer that question. Just stuff, I guess. Training, helping my dad, standing up for my values, doing the right thing, those sorts of things. What about you? Oh, you know me. I am a feisty one. I take risks. If you don't try anything, you don't get anywhere, Silana answers. Tell me of a risk you've taken, Visas says. Let's see. I punched someone once, she says with a sheepish smirk as if she is proud of it. You? Guilty, she says as she raises her hand. What happened? Visas asks. You know, I didn't really know how else to react. I was in school. I was only 7 years old. There was this other girl who kept bullying my sister. She called her silly names and stuck out her tongue at her, saying that she looked stupid and was never going to make it anywhere. Visas smiles. Sounds like a typical children's conflict, he says. Kids can be so mean sometimes. It's so true, Silana confirms. Anyway, when she kept calling her fish face... Hold on, Visas says as he interrupts her. Fish face? Really? Yes. Try to stay with me. Why would you care about that? That's not even cruel at all. Fish are great. Silana smiles. I know, but at that time, it seemed like the nastiest words in the world. I could tell my sister was bothered by it. I mean, we were just kids, right? Okay, I understand. It just sounds silly when you mention it like that, Visas says. Silana continues her story. So I walked up to her and said, Hey, cowface, say that one more time to my sister and I'll pound you like a hammer on a nail. Then she came at me and pushed me over. I fell backwards and landed in the mud. She laughed her head off and her pathetic little minions cracked up as well. That's when I got up, walked over, and punched her in the face. Visas chuckles. It's as simple as that, isn't it? Exactly. You don't mess with me or my sister like that, Silana says as she looks away. Good to know, Visas says with a smile. I'm glad I found out about the real you before it's too late. Oh, you, Silana says as she pushes him over with a smile. Haven't you ever fought with the other boys when you were little? Yes, but they usually started it. Well, she started it too, didn't she? Silana asks rhetorically. You're right, Visas says. Tell me something embarrassing you did, Silana demands, expressing a subtle grin on her face. I kissed a girl on the cheek once, and got slapped for it. Really? Silana's eyes grow bigger. How come you never told me this before? It didn't mean anything. I just had a crush on her when I was 11. What is her name? Silana asks. Does it matter? It does to me. I want to know. And if I tell you, what then? Visas asks. You mean when you tell me? Come on, let's hear it. Who is the girl competing with my charming personality? She's not competing, I assure you that. It was a long time ago. Her name is Cockney. She was in my class. What? I know that girl. What was so special about her? Silana asks jealously. I don't even remember, really. She was just flirtatious and easy to talk to. Perhaps I just liked her because she was popular, but she never liked me back. Good, Silana says. I don't like her that much anyway. She's a snob sometimes and thinks she's all that, spreading degrading rumors about random girls in her school. Did you know she's very manipulative, too? My sister talked about it all the time. You know, how she had to put up with her little mind games. I'm sure she is, Visas says, agreeing with her but trying to finish his narrative. Either way, I just couldn't take it anymore. I was shy and didn't want to ask her if she would be my girlfriend, because I was afraid she would say no. One of the guys convinced me to just take my chances, walk over and give her a little kiss on the cheek. That will get the message across, he said, so after stalling for a few days, I did. Silana is smirking naughtily. And it didn't result into a relationship, I presume? The opposite, Visas continues. She slapped me in the face. It was right in front of at least 50 other children. Everybody laughed at me, including the boys who suggested it.
So what did you do?
Nothing, actually. I just took it and walked away. My young heart was broken, and it took me several days to get over it.
You're so sweet,
Silana says as she kisses Visas' cheek. She looks deeply into his blue eyes and says,
It must have been fun to be around you as a little boy. But don't worry, I'm enjoying your presence now more than ever. You were too good for that quirky Kakini.
Oh, and not for you? Visas asks.
I just got lucky,
Silana answers.
She didn't see your potential. Her loss. You're mine now, and nobody will take you away from me.
Their conversation adds to the already romantic setting of the evening. The temperature is perfect. The sunset is beautiful, and the fresh air smells like wild spring flowers and pine trees. Visas embraces Silana and leans against the tree trunk behind the heavy gray rock they are sitting on. She puts her head on his chest and her arms against his shoulder, rubbing softly and closing her eyes.
I love you,
she whispers before Visas echoes the same words within seconds.
I could stay like this forever. You make me feel appreciated, safe, beautiful.
She pauses for a second.
And the list goes on,
she finally says. You're everything to me, Visas says lovingly. I don't know where I would be without you. After a long silence, they turn their heads towards each other and close their eyes, holding on to each other with their hands moving into each other closer. Visas purses his lips. Silana purses hers. And then, Hey, get a room, you two. Ha ha, they hear. A small group of teenagers has climbed the mountain and is staring at the caressing couple. They are laughing as they walk away. There goes the moment, Visas says as he watches the clique stroll down the hill.
Visas?
Silana says as she puts both hands on either side of his head.
I wasn't done yet.
She closes her eyes and approaches his face with hers. Kissing passionately for several minutes, Visas feels the youthful rush of energetic, dreamy love as he holds the one person in the world he cares most about. He respects her. He is impressed with her. He is simply crazy about her, and he will do anything to make her life happier. He feels lucky that they met, and that she likes him back. He loves the touch of her long brown hair, the shape of her eyes, the attractiveness of her body, and the smooth, soft lips he feels as they kiss each other. The whole world seems to stand still, as if they are the only ones existing on it. If only they could... Huh? What was that? Visas asks as he stops kissing her and moves his head towards the village below.
What? I didn't hear anything,
Silana says, still in romance mode. Something's wrong, Visas says. I just know it. That sound, it can't be good. We have to go.
Hold on,
she says.
Take it easy. It's probably nothing. We'll go check it out, and if there isn't anything going on, we'll just walk back up here, won't we?
Sounds good. But for now, I want to know what that noise is. The duo snatches up their belongings and descends to the village. It's a 7-minute walk from the top of the hill, but Visas' panicky attitude accelerates the process significantly. Hurrying down from the sandy paths, they hold hands and prevent each other from slipping. Silana has a cool, serene but skeptical expression on her face. She doubts that it's as serious as Visas claims it to be. Nothing ever happens in this small town anyway, or so she innocently assumes. As the pair approaches the town, they cannot believe their eyes. The trouble Visas suspected does not even come close to the terrible fate which has befallen the inhabitants of Wrensville. A horribly graphic scene depicts before their very eyes. Orcs are raiding the village. Brutal fatalities gruesomely adore the fumes of smoldering homes as the fierce monsters scythe their way through helpless victims who try to save their lives by hurrying away, crawling on their hands and knees in futile attempts that only result into lacerating the gray, gloomy heavens with their impetuous screams. The filthy green creatures hold swords, bows, clubs, axes, and spears, sometimes bigger than themselves. The reeking odor of their sweat and the blood of the surrounding sufferers enhance the sudden panic as they ravage and ransack the rural village. Visas and Silana watch in terror as a few miniature kobolds ragingly drag a civilian out of his house and viciously slaughter the said unfortunate soul with their knives. They anxiously step back at the sight of a gigantic orc towering above the first floor of every house, holding a big whittle with fresh crimson blood dripping at the edges. Hiding in the shade of the nearest edifice, Visus and Solana puzzle the question whether or not they should block out the poignant cries of the women being slain in this cruel chaos of violence. It takes a little while before Visus musters the courage to open his mouth for any other reasons than sheer, shocking distress. He stammers. Then he decides to temporarily forget his emotions and speak up. This way, he orders, bluffing that he knows where to find safety. Solana sheds a few tears. The terror on her face speaks volumes. She seems convinced that these are her last breaths. Visus, where are we going? She asks. Let's go back to the hilltop. At least we'll be safe there. That's fine. But if they come that way, I wouldn't want to stand there as a defenseless prey, he whispers. I will fetch my sword and get my parents. Don't leave me here. I will come with you, she begs. Yes, let's do that. I don't want anything to happen to you. You better come along. They take several turns and enter the house of Visus' parents. Dad? Visus shouts. Mom? Are you two home? No answer. Dad? Mom? He ascends the stairway and arrives at his parents' bedroom. Then he sees it. Both his parents lie on the floor, bathing in their own blood. Their corpses have been hacked by the cutting edge of a hostile orc. Visus recognizes the lifeless condition of his caretakers instantly. He falls to his knees and cries out in agony. Why? Solana enters the room and gasps for air as she catches a glimpse of the tragic scene. She turns her eyes away from the grisly bodies and kneels down behind Visus. I'm so sorry, Visus, she sobs empathetically. Your parents didn't deserve to die. I wish we would have come sooner. Visus gets up from bending over and stares at her with tears in his eyes as if to ask her to turn back time and undo the disaster. Dizziness overtakes his strength by throwing him back on the ground. He sits there for a while, hardly believing the confusing sequence of events he just encountered. Anguish fills his soul. He's never been so scared and torn in his life. Then he comes to his senses. Are any of your family members still in town? He asks. No, she says as she sniffles her sadness away. They all left last week. I was left in charge of our home until they would be back. There's nothing for us here. I feel for you, but you must get your sword and take me to the hills. It's the only place I can think of that we can be safe now. In frustration, Visus squints his eyes and presses his thumb and pointing finger against his forehead, squeezing the skin on his face tightly to release tension. Then he breathes out and gathers his senses. Let's go, he finally says. I shall lament my parents' death later. Better to escape the same doom and find a secure spot. He walks to the corner of his room and grabs the sword his father left him, determined to protect the only loved one he has now. After all, now that his parents are dead, she is the only person whom he sincerely cares about. Leaving behind the home he cherished, Visus takes Solana by the hand and guides her to the edge of town. Shh, he suddenly says. There. Solana looks and sees a pack of orcs wandering the streets who are looking for more potential victims to murder. We must avoid them, she whispers. It appears to be safe over there. Let's go. Both of them creep into the shade of a nearby house, stiffly placing their backs against the wall, hoping not to get noticed, but to no avail. Hey! They hear a raucous voice yell furiously. Kill those two! Unable to escape the confrontation, Visus holds his sword in front of him, ready to defend the only thing in his life worth living for. Easy, young elf, the orc says. We can make this painless or unbearable. It's your choice. Go ahead and try, Visus answers. Let's see how far you get. Give it up, lad. You cannot kill us. We are invincible. Huh? Visus doesn't understand. What does he mean by that? Why wouldn't he be able to kill them? It makes no sense. Whatever, he says. Come on if you dare. The orcs slowly surround him, preventing any route to possibly evade their blows. Visas swings his sword at an orc and misses.
You have to do better than that,
the orc yells mockingly, but before he can say another word, Visas stabs him through the heart. The orc screams as he falls to the ground. Visas looks at Solana, who is trembling, standing behind him. Visas gets a sense of satisfaction as he watches the orc fall into the street, but watches astonishingly while the orc gets up and shows no sign of injury. He slashes another orc, piercing the creature through his stomach. The orc utters. Despite his successful strike, the blade is stuck. Visas pulls with all his might to unhook his weapon from the miscreant, but is failing miserably in his endeavors. After bending over with the sword wedged between his intestines, the orc looks at him with a fierce fire in his eyes and grins eerily. The hollow gaze in his countenance gives Visas the shivers and makes the fact clear that trying to slay these creatures is going to take more than a single stab. Tauntingly, the orc pulls the blade from his body and throws it on the floor. Impossible, Visas says in amazement. The unexpected distraction catches him off guard, leaving him vulnerable. It doesn't take long before an orc realizes his unfocused mind is unable to protect him from another attack. Bang! One of the orcs bashes his head with a club, causing Visas to fall down and inhale the dust of the dirty road. He coughs up the murky filth and looks up to the massive giant who just inflicted a severe injury on his head.
Now let's dispose of this oh-so-lovely she-elf by slitting her throat,
the orc says disdainfully.
No,
another one argues.
She comes with us. She looks like the perfect one to capture. Knock her out and we shall carry her away. Yes, sir.
Desperately attempting to be in control of the situation, Visas puts his hands on the floor to get up, watching the orcs pound his loved one on the head and throwing her over their shoulders before walking into the opposite direction, exiting the burning village of his childhood. 7. The natural elements. Melthor takes a sip from his glass. His seat at the table pleases him since the bartender gave him an armchair with padding on it. He strokes his hair and looks at Visas. How is he going to tell him the best way, and at the right moment? In the meantime, the whole group is in a happy mood. Loud cheers of celebration echo through the air. Some of the city locals are joining the laughing crowd to socialize. Ambient sounds are fading on the other side of the room. The inn has never been so full. Not only have these city elves heard the rumors about the elves who taught the malicious underground criminals a lesson, but since the other tavern went out of business, elves from all across the city have flocked to this one. The lights are faded. An avid guitar player uses his instrument in the corner under a lamp, trying to make a few quick bucks with his peculiar talents. And she-elves are hauling drinks back and forth and smile to visitors to increase their chances of a generous tip. Britko tells one joke after the other with his charismatic charm. The archers are quietly listening to his humorous expressions, which sometimes fail to spark anyone's interest. Warian enthusiastically backs up Britko's far-fetched stories and glimpses at Licinia each minute to discern if she is okay. Licinia stares into the distance. She doesn't seem to care about her surroundings at the moment. She is in her own world, despite the chaotic background noises. Whatever is on her mind, Visas assumes she must not have had an easy life. He soon gets distracted, though, by the many questions coming his way. Visas, that is your name, isn't it? We apologize for misjudging you. Apparently your former hometown has not affected your conscience. Tell us, what types of evils have you witnessed in Wrensville? Visas raises his eyebrows. He's not sure how to answer that question. What are these folks after, exactly? Some spectacular news flash or gossip story? Well, I kind of stayed out of many of the affairs of the locals, he says. I know there were some things going on that probably were not considered legal or ethical, but then again, your city doesn't appear to be perfect either, seeing that I just helped solve a major issue in your own neighborhood. With a cynical smirk on his face, he tilts his glass and takes a sip from his drink. The bystanders feel awkward, but they are determined to convince him of the wickedness of his origin.
"We have heard rumors,"
one of the city elves says in a low voice.
"You cannot escape the fact that that town was ripe for destruction. Smugglers, thieves, and whores were in every corner. I've seen it with my own eyes."
2 more elves confirm his statements with their testifying accounts about the dark side of Wrensville. Hearing all these experiences, Visas has no intention to offend these elves. He doesn't even know much about these gross acts they mention anyway. You may be right, he finally agrees. I just wasn't aware of those things. Like I said, each location has its flaws, as does yours. Perhaps you should ask one of them, he says, pointing at the other warriors who committed to join him on his quest.
"That village deserved to be destroyed,"
Warrion exclaims.
"I wouldn't give a brass coin for any of their lives. That is, if any one of them was still alive."
He pauses for a moment. Britko, Licinia, and the archers glance at him.
"With certain expectations, of course,"
he adds, correcting himself.
"You get the point. I firmly believe they brought their annihilation upon themselves."
This intrigues the others. What happened to you there? One of them asks. Warrion just looks around him, trying to decide whether he wants to expand on the traumatic details he just accidentally preluded.
"Maybe if we come back alive from our journey, I will tell you more,"
he finally says.
"At this time, I am not ready to discuss specifics. Sorry."
"Oh, come on! Don't spark our curiosity and then leave us speculating. Tell us what occurred in Wrensville."
Leave the boy alone, men," Britko says. "Sit down here and I'll tell you another joke."
With that being said, the conversation is over. The elves give up their inquiries and leave Warrion and Visas to themselves. At least they are grateful for the work they did there in the Crystal City. Visas glances at Warrion. "What did happen with you in that village?" he asks.
"You haven't noticed any dark dealing in that place in all the years you lived there?"
Warrion asks. "Not more than the occasional riot, corrupt minister, or burglary. I don't think it was much worse than it is here in the city," Visas answers.
"Oh, it sure was. Trust me."
Warrion takes another sip and signals to the barkeeper to fill up his glass.
"You have no idea what was going on in that hellhole. It seems you are fortunate enough to be kept away from all that. Ignorance is bliss, my friend."
"But perhaps that's just how your life was," Visas insists. "It wasn't," he hears from the distant corner. Visas turns his head and looks straight into Licinia's eyes. "That place was a dump, a disaster waiting to happen," Licinia continues. "I would have razed it to the ground myself if I could have had the means. I guess I am uninformed about what took place behind the scenes," Visas says. "May I remind you, however, that I am not ignorant in the ways of death. I single-handedly fought a pack of orcs, found my parents lying in their own blood on the top floor of my home, and battled a bunch of lawbreakers in the tavern. Don't think I don't know anything about violence, danger, or sorrow. I have been there. I have suffered just as you have."
"True that,"
Melthor suddenly says, appearing from nowhere and joining the discussion.
"You have stared death into the eyes, and you will have to face it again. But you are unaware of the horrors which preceded the attack of the orcs. I will tell you more at my humble home outside the city. Go to sleep now, boy. You will need your rest. I want a courageous warrior at my side when I apprise you of the whereabouts of your destiny."
"Sure. No problem," Visas says, asking himself what else Melthor could tell him. What more is there to be told? He learned about the sword, the curse, and the quest. Is Melthor still holding back on valuable information? Eventually, he gives up his curious thoughts and says, "I'm going upstairs. Good night, everyone." While he withdraws from the crowd, Melthor shakes his head, staring in front of him at the table and mumbling softly.
"Poor innocent kid."
Visas betakes himself to his quarters, contemplating the dire circumstances of the moment. He sits down on his bed and looks at the furniture in the room. Then he puts his possessions on a nearby table and he lets himself fall on the bed. Ah, so comfortable. His mind begins processing the death of his parents and the destruction of the village and the seizure of his beloved girl. Just within minutes, he is sound asleep, carried away into a vague fog of connections and connotations of the past. He finds himself in a wasteland, devoid of life or valuable resources, wandering around utterly fatigued, searching for a sign of moisture of any kind. The barren wilderness devours his energy, leaving him with an intense feeling of abandonment and hollowness. Bending forward as if he is carrying himself like a block of cement, he glances at the emptiness in the distance, questioning the purpose of his journey. His mouth is dry and he is getting nervous. He is tilting his head and moving it in either direction as to spot a source of water more speedily. After what feels like an endlessly long distance, his strength leaves him and he drops to the sand, making the dust blow up. He closes his eyes and breathes heavily, gasping for air. This is it. The end of his life. Then he hears a voice.
"Thesis?"
It says. He looks up, exhaustingly opening his eyelids, broadening his vision. There she is, the she-elf of his dreams. Her feet are bare, as are her arms. Her long hair is blowing in an elegant wave away from her body, uncovering her ears and making her face stand out even more. She's wearing a white dress, which is partially being blown away by the strong wind, revealing only the bottom of her body up to her knees. The straps of her gown are tight around her shoulders, and she smiles as she closes in on him. Solana? He says, having difficulty expressing her name. He reaches out his hand to touch her. She bends over and stretches both arms to do the same. Their fingers approach each other and touch for a fraction of a second. As soon as he touches her, however, she begins to change.
"Thesis,"
she says as in a windy whisper. Her head shrivels away and turns into sand. After that, her torso, her waist, and her legs and feet.
"Thesis,"
she whispers once again and stretches both hands as far as possible to touch his hand. Eventually, her hand is the last body part to vaporize and turns into dust. The tip of her finger serves as a final touch to his longing senses, forcing him to be alone entirely. No! Thesis wakes up with a sudden jolt. As he sits up, he realizes where he is. What a nightmare. He stares into the obscure bedroom and drops his head back to the pillow. After some frustration over the truthful aspects of the dream, he accepts his helplessness, turns to his side, and falls asleep again. The next day, the 7 adventurers meet in the room downstairs in the tavern.
"Let's head for the mountains,"
Melthor says as he begins to walk towards the city gates.
"Follow me."
The others join him, and soon the group of warriors has left the Crystal City. Thesis glances back one more time to catch a glimpse of the shining settlement. If only they could have helped them out a little. According to Melthor, the journey will be tough enough as it is, but having a number of experienced fighters with him brings comfort to his mind. They travel for a day, walking on rocky paths that take them up and down the hills below the destined mountain range. Green pastures and fresh, long grass are their constant companions, as is the bright sun in the sky and the cool breeze of the climate. After some time, they approach the rim of these lands, standing in front of a thick forest.
"I usually don't go through here,"
Melthor mentions.
"but we have a strict time limit, so I am willing to take the risk for now. I advise you, however, to tread carefully. Be constantly alert when we enter the woods. Who knows what powers may be prowling here, waiting to consume us."
"Great,"
Licinia complains. "I'm looking forward to it already."
"Oh, come on. There's nothing wrong with a little adventure, is there?"
Britko says.
"Besides, I haven't had wolf for dinner in a while. I completely forgot the taste of it."
Melthor smiles.
"Onward then, folks,"
he commands. The wizard looks a little nervous, which emotion Thesis hasn't seen in him before. He moves forward, followed by the rest, and squints his eyes to catch every move any creature hiding in the forest makes. So far, so good. The woods don't seem to hide any secrets. All 7 of them hold their weapons ready as they sneak through the woods. Visis firmly tightens his grip when an owl flies by and nearly lands on the headband around his head. Nothing. Absolutely no danger. All their worries were in vain. It doesn't take long, however, before they feel something changing underneath the soil. The ground is moving, but they don't understand the cause. All of them bend through their knees, prepared to defend themselves. However, the attack isn't coming from below. It's coming from the sky. Slowly but steadily, long stretching branches from nearby trees slither like tentacles, closer and closer until they appear precisely above the unsuspecting elves. "What is that sound?" Warrion asks. "Something isn't right," Visis says. "I don't trust this." The 7 elves sharpen their senses. They know an ambush is bound to happen at any given moment. Apprehensively, they look to the moving dirt they feel. "Ah!" Warrion screams as a tree branch picks him up and shapes into a strong clasp around his waist. "Get me out!" he yells. But before he can say another word, the elves are taken up by branches. Dangling in the air and being squeezed by the fiendish fauna, they struggle for their lives. "I knew there was something wrong with this forest," Britko yells. "It's cursed. That's what it is." Warrion shouts back as he accidentally drops the gigantic sword he carried. "Can someone just cut these things down?" Licinia utters in frustration. "Working on it," Visis says. "Better hurry up, boy," Melthor says as he tries to hit the branch squeezing him. While the archers both shoot at the twisting branches, Visis hacks away at some of the sprouts growing out of the demonic tree trunks. The others use their weapons to their best abilities to cause considerable damage, slashing away aggressively and yelling their lungs out. "There's no point," Visis exclaims. "The more of these branches I chop off, more will arise again and strangle me." The wrestling continues and their despair increases. Gasping for air, squinting their eyes and gnashing their teeth, each of the warriors tries to find a release from the stable grasp of the branch's clutches. Visis is the only one holding onto his blade, refusing to let go or give in. "Stab the heart," Melthor says before he vanishes into an overwhelming vastness of wood and leaves. The heart? What does that mean? Trees don't have a heart? Cutting down branch after branch, Visis sways to the right and turns his gaze towards the trunk. "It's worth a shot," he tells himself as he points the sword towards the center of the tree and thrusts the blade into the thick bark with all his might. A muffled moan is heard beneath the surface of the monstrous creature. The tree really is alive, and it seems Visis has found its weak spot. "Again!" Britko shouts. "I think it's working!" Visis pulls back and takes another stab at the tree trunk. The branches begin to shake and sporadically move back and forth until they suddenly let go of the elf, causing him to fall down and tumble in the sand. Lifting himself from the ground, he looks up and sees his friends being clasped by hostile branches. "Catch," he says after throwing Warrion his weapon. Warrion holds his huge sword in front of him and shoves the point thereof through the trunk of the tree that is keeping him up. The tree expresses the same stifled groan as the other one as it drops Warrion, who inconveniently lands on his back. "Oof," Warrion says. "All right, let's rescue the others," he shouts. By now, Visis has figured out that it's unnecessary to toss the weapon to his friends. He might as well stab the tree trunks himself to make them loosen their grip to let go of the others. "You get that one," he says to Warrion. "No problem," Warrion answers. Both of them storm at the trees, holding their swords in front of them. Their attacks are a success. One by one, all elves are safely down below. "Now let's leave quickly," Melthor suggests. The elves quicken their pace and head to the other side of the forest, looking backwards occasionally to make sure they aren't being followed. "Watch out," Warrion yells, pointing at extensively moving branches in the shape of claws coming at them. Whoosh! One of the tree branches bends all the way to the sand and sweeps the floor underneath them. Fortunately, everyone jumps up into the air at the same time, evading the assault. All except for Visis. "Ouch!" he cries out as his head bangs against the hard surface of a tree trunk. "Just go. I will be right there." Sure you will, Britko says as he stops and turns around. Running towards the blonde elf on the floor, Britko avoids another rushing tree branch and picks Visas up. With his strong hands and muscled arms, he easily lifts up the young hero and carries him for a few yards. Gotcha! Can you stand? Then let's run! After Visas regains his strength, he follows Britko and catches up with the other elves. They hurry their way through the violent tree movements and stirring surfaces with moving roots. Branches scratching the soil form an obstacle course, as it were, for the warriors to jump, duck, dodge, and dash in different directions until they approach the forest line.
We're almost there,
Melthor says, panting heavily. With no further ado, the 7 individuals escape the enchanted forest. Catching their breath, a few of them let themselves fall on the soft grass and close their eyes for a few seconds.
Next time we'll go around,
Melthor says. The others chuckle. They realize they barely cheated death, but that at least it saved them a whole day. Not that they would take such a risk again, but all of them are satisfied with the thought they tried. And you've never been through here before? Licinia asks, checking one more time.
You think I would experience this and wouldn't tell you about it? No, of course I haven't been through here. But please accept my sincere apologies for the unneeded dangers we've come across. I did not have the slightest idea the trees were so hostile, or even alive, for that matter.
Visas looks at him in a forgiving way, as does Britko.
Very well, Melthor concludes. On our way, then. My house is on the top of that hill.
I owe you one, Britko, Visas says. Sure, kid, he says with a big smile. 8. Clarity. Hiking up the mountain, the elves gaze up as Melthor's odd-looking house slowly emerges. Surrounded by humongous trees, the place stands as if eternally covered by bushes and shades, protecting it from the sunlight entirely. The house has the shape of an urn, or a quirky triangle, with a wide bottom floor and a tiny upstairs attic. On both sides are large windows, and the door is extensively encircled by magic symbols, undoubtedly indicating the presence of a sorcerer of some sort. The burgundy color of the window sills and edges of the front door embellish a warm tint of comfort in the grayish structure. The grandeur of the homogeneous fauna around it, however, diminishes the complete conspicuousness of the humble home in the middle. Melthor stands in the front of the door and maunders several magical phrases to break the anti-stranger spell securing the shelter. He turns the knob and opens the door. A peek inside the living room tells Visas and the others that Melthor likes to keep things organized.
Please, enter,
Melthor says when they arrive. They go inside and immediately notice the tidy environment the wizard has created for himself. Paradoxically, the rooms are full of odds and ends of this or that, but every item seems to be neatly arranged in an orderly manner, divided into compartments, boxes, and shelves. In one of the corners, tall bookshelves fill up space, making numerous books available for any avid reader. In another corner, chemical beakers, test tubes, and jars combined to create a sophisticated research lab, with formulas and algorithms scratched on documents and sloppy papers. The feel of the house is mysterious, yet welcoming in a contrary, peculiar way. In the middle of the room, they find some chairs and a table.
Have a seat.
Melthor invites them.
You must be hungry. I know I am. I'm sure I can find something in the kitchen.
He disappears into a nearby room, supposedly the kitchen, and comes back with plates and cups.
The guest rooms are in the back of the house, he says. You can fight over the best beds after supper. I have 2 rooms, so the men and women will be separated.
The elven bread is one of the best foods in Terra, providing ultimate strength and healthy substances necessary for the body to function properly and become energized. As the elves eat their evening meals, Visas gets to the point as to what has been on his mind for days. Melthor, he says boldly, I know there are things you haven't been telling me. You told me earlier that there was a valid reason for choosing me for this quest, and that you didn't want my emotions to get in the way. What is it all about? I want to know now."
"I hope you are ready for this," Melthor says. "The mind of a young elf can only take so much. I realize you have been through a lot, Visus. The unjustified death of your parents must have been heavy on your soul. All these warriors here lost loved ones in the genocide of the village. You were no exception."
The others nod and look at Visus. "I understand," Visus says.
"But when someone is romantically involved, it can increase the drama even more. We know you care for Solana, and we know she has been captured. Have you ever wondered why she has been captured and not viciously murdered like the other villagers?"
Visus feels his heartbeat go faster. "Please explain," he says, trying to remain calm.
"I have told you about the curse of the Sword of Adamus, but I purposely left out one aspect. You were occupied with other matters, issues in the Crystal City that needed a resolve, the journey, and invoking the help of other warriors. It seems as if you were ready to know the complete history."
Melthor rubs his chin and sighs.
"Evil has its way to recover from blows. The final battle of the wizards did not end well. When the warlock stole the Sword of Adamus, scattered it into pieces, and divided them across the lands, he cast another terrible spell upon the weapon, putting our elven race into an even more desperate position. As soon as he had the blade, he added an eternal and indefinite part of the forge's strength it would carry once attached again."
"So the orcs have a way to make their invulnerability last forever?" Visus asks.
"You are catching on quickly," Melthor says. "But not only that, the orcs can be killed by animals, natural disasters, and aging. However, when another race, like the elven race for instance, tries to attack them, it automatically empowers the curse, making them each invincible. If the curse becomes eternal, two things would happen. First, orcs could not die. Period. And second, the Sword of Adamus would be useless. Terra would be doomed forever, and fall under the reign of the orcs as the sole remaining life on this planet. And this is why we should not waste too much time. The curse is about to stand for all eternity, which prevents any elf to ever defeat an orc in combat."
"And when will this infinite spell become infinite?"
Visus asks.
"A sacrifice," Melthor says. "The spilling of pure elven blood on the altar of their sacrilegious monument. The reason they waited all these years is because the stars have to align in a certain manner. Only at the right day, when those luminary orbs are aimed directly above Terra, can the curse be eternalized. Before that, it can still be broken by repairing the Sword of Adamus. If the orcs can perform their cruel ceremony at the right time, all will be lost."
"So what does all this have to do with—"
Visus interrupts his own sentence as the ugly state his sweetheart is in pierces his mind to the core. His fear turns into anger as he realizes that Melthor and the others have kept this important piece of information from him for so long.
"I'll kill you!"
he yells as he leaps at the wizard and grabs his throat.
"You knew from the beginning, and you didn't tell me?"
Attempting to choke the old man in rage, the others jump onto Visus and pull him back, restraining his arms and legs.
"Let me go! Let go!"
he yells, writhing like a fish. When he slows down, the others loosen their grip and Visus storms out of the house, slamming the door behind him.
"How could he?"
he mumbles to himself.
"That mean old man. And the others knew about it too? This is it. It's over. He's going to continue his journey by himself."
Boiling up inside, he descends down the hill and walks for a few minutes. He can't stand the thought of Solana dying. He loves her too much, and he cares about her well-being. If there is anything he can do to prevent an awful fate like that, being sacrificed at the hands of those filthy orcs on some ridiculous altar. Moreover, the entire elven kingdom would collapse after such an abject, potent act. Not only does the rescue of his girl occupy his thoughts, but now the responsibility of securing the safety and continuance of the entire elven race rests on his shoulders. Dooming scenarios flash through his mind as he keeps his body firm and closes his eyes tightly,
trying to slow down and holding his breath for a few seconds. The importance of the matter causes Visas to fall to his knees and shrivel in mental anguish. Remaining there for a few minutes, he gradually processes the dreadful conditions of his life filled with tragedies. First his parents, and now his girlfriend. Eventually, he comes to his senses and realizes the dilemma of why the others weren't telling him the complete picture. He lost his cool. He wasn't ready, which has become apparent. He has to look at this from a rational perspective, even though the thought of his beloved Solana dying makes him upset the very second he thinks about it. But there is still hope, a reason to move on. All is not lost. Not yet. Time to go back and set things straight. That went as expected, Warrion calmly says. Hey, you're back, he adds when he sees Visas standing in the doorway. I was out of line. I'm sorry. Please accept my apologies, he says. We figured you'd react this way, Britko says. If I had a lovely lady like you do, I wouldn't remain calm either. We understand, but we are glad you are more accepting now. Come, join us for the rest of supper. Visas sits down and looks ashamed. You got a steady grip there, boy, Melthor says. Make sure you use that strength on the enemies you will be facing. Oh, don't you worry about that, Visas says in a bitter voice. I'm going to destroy every last one of those filthy orcs. Just look at it this way, Melthor adds. At least you know nothing will happen to her until that day. You have the surety of her safety, for now. How many days do we even have? Visas asks. I will show you after your meal. But please, just relax until I do. We are here to help you out, Visas, Narpa says. It concerns us all. With mixed feelings, Visas finishes his meal quickly. Silence roams around, disturbing the previous conversation and establishing a new level of seriousness. When everyone is done eating, Melthor gets up and says, Come on. He takes the elves to the other side of the room and grabs a big, dusty book from the shelves. With a thud, he places it on a nearby table and opens it. I won't be able to go with you on such a long journey, he says. Please don't question my reasons. I do have spells and formulas to protect me, but this journey already took so much out of me. My energy is draining, and for my recovery, I will need some time. Time which we don't have. You must head out tomorrow and start your quest for the first diamond. He flips through the pages of the book and continues. However, I will aid you with potions and spells you may use at any given moment. There might be moments that your last resort is to apply what I give you. When that moment comes, don't hesitate. He stops flipping through the pages and says, Aha, there it is. Visas, I will hand these to you. I have full faith in you. The others are as valuable as you are, but your motivation will be doubled by what is at stake. Sounds fair. The others agree. Let's start with this. Yes. He mumbles. I will give you this spell. You can only use it once. I will make you invisible for a considerable amount of time. You can find it useful for sneaking past an enemy or defeating a quick creature. Make sure you don't lose this. He writes the spell on a piece of parchment and slips it into Visas' knapsack before he moves on to the next spell. This spell can teleport you into another location you've already seen. If you use it within minutes, you can teleport back with it. If you wait for too long, the effect will run out. Use it wisely. The elves are intrigued by the magical tricks the old man has in his book. A potion, Melthor says. This potion will make your skin withstand the burning sun. Drink it, and you will be able to endure the burning heat for days without any of its ill effects. I notice there is a merciless desert on the map, which has claimed more than one victim already. You will need this desperately when journeying through it. What about the others? Visas asks.
I am not sure, but perhaps that is a venture you will have to undertake by yourself. Anyway, let's see what else I can give you. Here it is." He pulls out a tiny pouch and says, "The powder in this little bag will make you resistant to hypnosis. There is a chance you will come across such creatures. You know, the ones that will try to hypnotize you and control your mind. Don't let them. Take this with you."
Melthor hands the pouch over to Visus.
"Inhale it when your intuition is telling you someone tries to manipulate you that way. Finally, there is one more thing."
He grabs 2 needles in the corner with fluids in them.
"Inject those and you can breathe underwater like fish. Temporary gills will enhance your body's abilities."
"Wow," Visus says. "That's amazing. Thank you, Melthor. I will put these to good use."
"Sure you will," Melthor says confidently. "I've seen your eagerness to achieve. All you have to do is use your mind as well. Oh, and before I forget it," he says, "a map will be necessary above all else. Let me get it for you."
He slips away to another room and comes back with a scroll in his hands. Laying it out on the table, he says,
"This is Terra. We are here. According to the data I gathered from the scouts, city informants, the legend, and the stories of travelers passing by, the diamonds should be here, 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 and here."
He points to 5 different locations on the map and marks them with a feather he dipped into some ink. "Looks like we have a long way to go," Licinia says.
"Yes, and the climates are very different, or so it seems."
Warrion adds.
"Very," Melthor says. "I want you to be prepared for anything. I honestly have no idea what monstrous creatures will attempt to cause your death, break your bones, drink your blood, or suck the life out of you. Not many elves have gone to these lands and returned. The ones that have did not get anything out of it. They merely came back with horrific stories and traumatic visions. Do not underestimate the dangers you are about to face."
Then he puts an X on a 6th location and says,
"And that is where you will find the Sword of Adamus. So after you have retrieved all the diamonds, head there and start saving Terra by pulling the sword from the stone. With that blade, you will be ready to head west and cross the bewildering seas to prevent the beheading of Solana and the infinite effect of the Orc curse. Any questions?"
Everyone shakes their heads. Melthor explains in how many days they have to complete their journey before it is too late. He wishes them
"Good night,"
and wends to his sleeping quarters, as do the others. After their rest, a new day will begin, a new dawn with a range of obstacles, challenges, and perils which will test the very heart and spirit of the unsuspecting elves. 9. Pure evil. She finds herself in a school for the younger generation. The classroom is big. The pure creations of the laughing boys and girls hang on the walls and are presented on the tables, with proud parents checking and watching them. Children are dancing. Music is playing. Everyone seems to be having a great time. Solana looks from an angle at the festivities of the innocent young elves. She smiles and claps along with several other volunteers, cheering on the joyous occasion. Teachers, professors, and the like have come from all over town to stir up enthusiasm and add to the pleasurable setting. A young boy is standing in the corner, its head hanging down and his back bent forward. Solana moves her gaze to the lonely child and decides to walk towards him. "What's wrong?" she asks as she taps him on the back, squatting to be leveled with his eyes. He turns around and stares at her with a creepy, empty gaze. Intrinsic terror enters her being, a rush of cold shivers she cannot describe. It's as if some obscure power has become unified with this poor kid. Startled by the freaky gesture, she steps back and almost falls over another girl who is running around. Sorry, she says, looking backwards. The little she-elf skips along and laughs happily. Solana turns her head to the little boy again. His head is turned towards the wall again. She is terrified by the thought of looking at him in the eyes again, but she is determined to discover what is wrong. Once again, she puts her hand on the boy's shoulder and makes him turn around. As the little child turns around, his hollow stare influences the rest of his face. His countenance transforms into a fierce orc, and the remainder of his body soon afterwards. His size increases tenfold, leaving nothing but a grotesque monster in front of her. Before Solana can do anything, he grabs her by the throat and starts choking her brutally. Solana tries to pull his hands away with all the strength she has, attempting to release her painful throat from his clutches. In the process, she quickly glances at the room that previously had a crowd of exuberant individuals in it. But the elves are gone. The walls have become black, the ornaments have vanished, and a thick red goo is dripping from the sides, having the image of a bloodbath. As the orc keeps choking her, she senses that her environment grows grayer each second. She wakes up, panting heavily. It was just a nightmare, she realizes. Her eyes are wide open, but her eyelids are dropping from the fatigue. She rubs them and blinks several times, gradually allowing the surrounding light to make their way to enter her senses. She yawns and gawks in front of her for a few seconds, getting ready to start the day. "Where am I?" she asks out loud. Her hands are tied up, and so are her feet. Suddenly the past begins to sink in. The nightmare wasn't completely untrue, since many of the villagers were killed by orcs indeed. It makes her wonder if the children were murdered too, or if they were lucky enough to escape in one way or another. For now, that question will remain unanswered. She has been captured by orcs, and she still has no idea why. They could have just killed her like the rest of the village, but for some reason, it sounded like they needed her. Solana can only guess because the answers will have to wait until she can actually speak to someone. Stuck in a hard chest, she can barely see through the cracks of the padlock. 2 orcs are carrying the box to a building. It is difficult to catch a glimpse of what the building looks like, but it looks like a dark, dreadful place. Moreover, she is as uncomfortable as could be. Her knees are bent, and the small transporting means is hurting her head, forcing her to curve her neck and stretching it unnaturally. "Let me out," she cries in frustration. "Let me out of here now." It remains quiet for a moment, but then she hears the voice of an orc saying, "Oh, our little beauty has woken up. I knew she wasn't the silent type. Do you think we should put her out of her misery? After all, we tied her up pretty well." "Don't bother," another one says. "The boss will release her. We're almost there." Solana goes on. "Hey, you ugly, slimy mongrels. I demand to be let go. You will regret this if you don't let me out." Bang! The chest is standing on the ground. Solana hits her head with a loud thud. She hears a rickety sound and a creak from the lock. A hairy hand opens the lid and an orc holds out his hand for her to grab onto. Firmly holding onto his hand with both cuffed hands, she awkwardly manages to pull herself up backwards and stand up in the chest. "Welcome to the bulwark of Gorok, our great leader," he says. Solana looks around, observing the throne room of the said leader and apparent orc king. The chambers within her sight are all filthy and sloppily organized. As she inhales the dirty dust from the air, she coughs loudly. Then she observes the rotting bones on the floor and the filthy mess they made there. It's disgusting. What is wrong with these creatures? Don't they have a sense of decency? The design of each wall is covered in spiky ornaments, like fiery flames with ascending screams to the heavens. Black is the overall dominating color, or lack of it, revealing little light in many opaque, shady corners. Some of the shadows appear to disclose pathetic displays of unfortunate servants, seeing that their repulsive orc heads are impaled on spears standing in the ground. They portray the sheer consequences of disobedience to their respected leader. On top of the walls near the ceiling, macabre skulls are hanging on threads, dangling and bouncing on the slight breeze coming through the room. A lewd smell of discolored, decaying flesh and sweat hangs in the air. The putrid stench is so ubiquitous that it imbues her nostrils and causes her to gag instantly. A couple of tears appear in Solana's eyes as she tries to control her reflexes. The horrific impression of this place has an almost traumatizing effect by itself, transcending the relatively low expectations she had of it. Everywhere she looks, the dreary nature of this race is reflected emphatically. She wonders how this dump could be considered a royal living space, but apparently this is where the monster in front of her feels at home. Unleash her, Gorak orders in a raw, hoarse voice and stern tone. 2 orcs walk up to her and unlock the cuffs around her hands and feet. Step forward, she-elf, the orc leader commands. His voice sounds like thunder from a black cloud, coming from a creature with a black heart. Solana walks toward the orc king and looks into his uncanny eyes. His pupils are missing, as well as his irises. The bags under his eyes are gloomy and conspicuous, as well as his round, broken nose, his grinding teeth, the drool from one corner of his mouth, and the sharp fangs sticking out, partially covering his upper lip. This horrid monster is huge and buff, with craggy, golden-red clothes covering his chest, waist, and legs. Several thorny bracelets adorn his wrists. His helmet includes 2 horns, and his pointy ears are pierced with a dozen earrings. Not a pretty sight, Solana thinks as she approaches the throne made of skulls and bones. Bow to me, Gorak instructs her. Solana says nothing and simply stares at him with disgust. Make her bow, the orc chief commands. The 2 servant orcs who released her from her bonds grab her and kick her legs down from behind, forcing her to fall on her knees on the rancid floor. Just where do you think you are, little girl? Gorak asks. This is Borgul, the city of orcs. We built this place, and we rule this place. For living quarters, you did an awful job, I must say, Solana says nippily. How dare you? I am your leader, and you will do as I say. Or what? You'll kill me? Oh, please, she continues sarcastically. Something is telling me you need me to stay alive. The Orc King is displeased with these smarty remarks and begins to feel a little agitated. He moves closer to her and tells Solana rapidly, I can do all kinds of things to you, little elf. You have no power here, no leverage. Don't you realize your life is in our hands? I could end it right now if I wanted. All I have to do is say the word, and these guards will execute you on the spot. So you better listen up and obey my commands, or I will make your life a living hell. Do you understand? Solana doesn't back off and stares right back at him. I understand that you brought me here for a reason, not just to scold me, she answers courageously. So let's get down to business, and tell me why you didn't have me slaughtered in the first place, like the rest of my innocent village. The orc roars in delight. You really have no clue about the reputation of that despicable town, do you? Let's just keep it at the fact that those perverse trollops and corrupt magistrates were bound to invoke our deepest disgust, hence swaying our decision to pillage and plunder their way. You see, young elf, you may not have realized what is happening around you, but their infamous crimes reached our ears long before we acted on our bloodlust. You would do better not to regret their self-imposed fate. And I don't suppose you are any better then? Solana sneers. You can have a hypocritical attitude all you want, girl, but you cannot bend the truth. We did what we had to, as we will eventually do to your entire disgraceful race. Do you seriously despise our race because there are evildoers among us? Are you really justifying your actions by generalizing without seeing the innocent ones among us? That's just absurd reasoning. Ethical nonsense, elf, Gorak answers. Besides,
Even if your race was as pure and as blameless as you assume it is, we have big plans for Terra. It will be ours. We have stood by for too long as your race has defiled the lands. We are superior in strength and bravery, and I will prove it to you by being victorious after declaring war.
There is no arguing with this demonic beast, Silana concludes. He may be right about some facts, but this society, this orc stronghold, doesn't appear to be more sophisticated than any elf settlement. She bites her lip and lets him finish, just for the sake of not provoking him to anger.
I can tell from the look in your eyes that you are wondering what this has to do with you.
Gorak continues.
Well, I won't let you be confused any longer, Missy. You are the missing piece to the puzzle.
Silana's eyes grow bigger.
That's right. You heard me,
Gorak says.
We are limited in our omnipotence, but when any of you attack us, we remain unharmed. We are invincible in that sense, but the curse is wearing off. We can still die by other means. The sword of Adamus can still be restored, therefore we cannot boast of our strength. Yet.
Silana is not sure about all the details of his story, but what she understands is that there is still hope.
When the stars again align on the designated day of our times, there will be an opportunity for us to maintain our immortal status. If we manage to perform the ritual correctly, we will be able to overthrow all your puny kingdoms forever.
I don't understand, Silana says with a puzzled face.
That day, your blood will run on the altar, and the sacrifice of your purity will cleanse the curse from all obstacles. Don't be mistaken, she-elf. You will die. Just not yet.
Silana becomes pale. She is finally making sense of all this. Petrified for a few seconds, she thinks of what to do next. She leaps to one of the guards on the side and pulls the sword from his sheath. Surrounded by a dozen orcs within minutes, she points the blade at herself. I can kill myself now, she bravely says. That way your stupid curse won't stand. It will fall apart like a crumbling rock. What do you think about that?
Don't threaten me, Gorak answers. We have adequate time to fetch us another elf. You are not as special as you think you are. Any blood will suffice. If you die now, we'll just replace you with the next one. So do yourself a favor and grant yourself a little more time to enjoy the fresh air, while you still can.
Unfortunately, this is not the reaction Silana expected. She lowers her weapon in disappointment and allows the guards to disarm her. Taking her own life would be pointless at this time. Besides, there is still some hope burning within her that her beloved Visas is out there, trying to come to the rescue. Her optimism is typical for the way she was raised. However, she promises herself that if she gets the chance and nothing happens, she will execute herself on the day the sacrifice is to be made, so she can possibly break the curse. The very thought of it gives her courage.
You know,
Another orc whispers in Gorak's ear.
We could get a bunch of elves and have them as backups, just in case this one dies at the appointed day.
Never mind that, Gorak answers. This one has the will to live. I can tell.
The other orc nods and steps back. Gorak moves forward and Silana spits in his face, showing him how much she despises him.
That is enough. Take this cheeky pest to the dungeon,
the Orc King says in a demeaning manner.
She will answer for her discourteous utterings eventually.
The orc guard grabs her and drags her downstairs. Crisscrossing through several stinky hallways and frowsy staircases, Silana senses that the temperature drops as they make their way towards the dreary dungeon of the Royal Bastion. Ouch! You don't have to squeeze so hard, Silana tells one of the guards.
You can shut your mouth now, hussy.
The orc replies, "There is only desperation down below. Give it a few days and this place will silence you for the rest of your days."
Tugging at her arms harder than before, they take her to a moist, dusky corner with solid iron bars and a paltry, flickering lantern. The sentry in front of the cell is corpulent and hideous, with only one eye, rotting teeth, and a variety of warts and pimples covering his body. His mouth is crooked, and his nose is pierced with a rusting ring. The keys of the prison cells are hanging on his belt, and he is holding a molding club the size of Solana's whole body.
"She's a new one, eh?"
the slobbering miscreant says.
"Come on. There's sufficient space," he adds,
salivating half the existing spit in his mouth. The guards toss her into the cell and the door gets locked.
"Don't lose her," one of them says. "She is of the highest value to the boss." "Okie dokie,"
the dumb-looking sentry answers. He turns to the cell and sticks part of his head through the bars.
"Don't you worry, missy," he scoffs. "You will like it here. I promise."
Solana gets up and walks over to the bars. He growls at her. Then she punches the ugly orc in the head.
"Ouch!"
The orc screams in pain.
"You wench! I will make you pay. Just wait until the day of your death. When your head gets chopped off, the last thing you will hear is my laughter."
Solana backs up and sits down on the cold floor. She takes a deep breath, watching the fat sentry stumble away. The squeak of a rat surprises her, and she cowers at the gloomy walls of the dark dungeon. This place is awful. Any healthy, sane individual would get depressed here. Her partially tattered white top has become somewhat brown and muddy, covered with dust and remains of a gray, icky environment, and tainted by the black sand on the stony ground. The dim light disguises the former crimson beauty of her skirt and molds her presence into a fading setting of shadows, giving her the feeling she has just been abandoned into an endless oblivion and misery. She has a leftover feeling of pride, standing up to her captors in the way she did. However, despite her previous courageous outbursts, she deplores her fate and awaits and longs for her unlikely but possible rescue. 10. Seeking diamonds. It weighs heavily on Vissa's soul that he has to undertake this journey. If it were possible, he would sneak into Borgul now and rescue his girl, but he realizes just as much as the other elves in his group that it would be suicidal to do so. Fighting orcs who cannot be killed by the sword is pure madness. He did not sleep well, occasionally awoken by the abrupt noises of Britko's snoring and the loud, tweeting birds early in the morning. Woken up by the wise wizard, Visas prepared himself for the journey by washing himself, eating, collecting his materials, wielding his sword to practice, and talking himself into persevering through the trials he is about to face. Standing outside, he watches the rolling hills, holding his sword on the floor and somewhat leaning on it. The calm before the storm. Who knows which dangers will come along the way? Will he survive them? The chances are extremely slim that he will accomplish everything he needs to in order to complete the quest and rescue the love of his life from the clutches of the decadent orc race. He takes a deep breath and sniffs the air of the serene hummocks.
"Alarm!"
It is Britko's voice.
"Retreat! Retreat!"
Melthor yells. Visas looks into all directions and nervously lifts his sword. The warriors run towards Visas in bewilderment and beckon him to follow them.
"The orcs have tracked us down,"
Melthor says.
"We must leave immediately, before they discover our whereabouts."
"But do they know where you live now?" Visas asks.
"There is no time to discuss the matter. They are after us. If we leave now, they may leave my home intact. If we don't, we have no guarantee."
Visas follows the others as they dash off the hill southward. Panting heavily, Licinia shouts, "There they are!" They turn their heads and see a pack of 12 orcs running towards them, still at considerable distance, and only visible because they are on a lower altitude. The orcs aren't going after the house, which is comforting to Melthor and the others. Unfortunately, though, they consistently pursue the group and are gaining distance on them. As the elves hurry towards the rim of the meadows, they approach another forest, different from the one with the dangerous trees, not knowing what they will find there. They do not care, however, if it will even remotely provide them with a safe hiding place from the attacking orcs, so onward they go, desperate to find shadows and shelter. When they reach the forest, however, an arrow shoots by Melthor's right ear from the front, barely missing him and ending up in a nearby tree trunk.
What is this? Are we being attacked from both sides?
It appears to be so, Visas says as he sprints through the trees. Perhaps we should deviate to the left, but I don't think we need to stop running. Let's hide over there, Licinia says, pointing to a conspicuous grove of bushes and shrubbery in the forest. They all run towards the bushes and jump in to hide from the chasing orcs behind them. The orcs are too far behind them to notice, and they stop.
Halt!
One of them yells.
They must be around here somewhere. They can't be that fast. I've caught up with elves numerous times before.
Look to the trees,
Another says.
Maybe they just climbed in one.
The elves watch through the plant's branches and leaves to find out when the coast is clear. The orcs are searching and looking upward, attempting to find the elven team.
They could be in here,
a giant green orc says as he steps toward the bushes. Licinia holds her breath. The orc is within arm's length, but he doesn't see her. She feels her heart beating faster when she glances at the monstrous creature. He is bald with a ponytail at the back of his head. The sharp teeth in his mouth are at least 2 to 3 inches long. His axe is huge, with a tiny skull ornament at the end. The orc's eyes are fiery and creepy, snorting and puffing loudly as he approaches the bushes. His loincloth is filthy and the boots he is wearing are made out of a brown, stale leather, showing silvery buckles and black soles. With 3 earrings in one ear and none in the other, he still makes a masculine impression, particularly accentuated by the muscles and notable veins. Invincible or not, orcs like this would be an enormous challenge anyway. The more reason to stay silent, Licinia thinks.
Strange,
the orc says. Suddenly, another arrow shoots through the air, hitting one of the orcs in the face, slightly to the left between his eyes. The orc moans.
Ah!
He falls over, attracting the attention of the others.
What is happening?
An orc asks in panic.
More elves. Take heed. Let's find out where they are. Run, Rook. Are you okay? Stupid elves,
the orc on the ground complains, pulling the arrow from his head and throwing it on the sand as he stands up.
Let's destroy them. Nobody attacks an orc and gets away with it.
The orcs dash into a different direction and disappear in the distance. The elves in the bushes are relieved and heave a sigh. They look at each other and listen intently. Nothing. What are we going to do? Licinia asks.
Get out of here,
Warrion says as he gets up and starts walking.
Come back,
Melthor sneers.
The orcs will know we're leaving. It would be better to stay put and wait until they're gone.
Fine, Warrion says. He walks back and ducks, squatting under a tall fern. They wait and wait. Distant noises tell them that something violent is occurring far away, but they are hesitant to intervene. There would be no point, since the orcs are invincible. A gush of wind awakens their senses. The leaves rustle softly and the remote sounds slowly fade. After a certain time, they smell something. Is that smoke? Visas asks. Britko sniffs and answers.
It sure smells like it.
Licinia utters. I'm suffocating. Can we go already? I don't feel like staying here and choking to death.
We stay put,
Melthor insists. Warrion's patience is running out. He has always been one of those boys who just wants to take action and get to the point. Thinking, planning, and stalling are a waste of time to him. and in this case, it's driving him nuts to sit there and wait.
Let's just go already,
he says. Shh, Melthor says, rebuking him and holding his finger in front of his mouth.
Don't try to silence me, Warrion says. Everybody can see that there is nothing to worry about. We have an entire journey ahead of us and the orcs are long gone by now.
Sit down and shut up,
Melthor whispers.
Listen to the wizard, lad,
Britko affirms.
No, I've had enough of this. I am moving on,
Warrion says as he gets up again and leaves his hiding place. At that moment, a screech is heard, like the sound of a stretching bow aiming at him. He turns his head and steps back when he sees the point of an arrow directly in his face, ready to be released, held by an elf. You can come out now, the elf says. Melthor, Visus, and the others step out from underneath the big ferns and notice the threat. A group of elves surround them, and all point their swords and arrows at the group. They aren't like them, though. They give a darker impression. The hostile elves are halfway covered with black linen and obscure armor. Their pointy ears are sharp, coming out of a hood covering the remainder of their heads. Their twisted bows have shapes of claws engraved in them, and their swords are as gray as gravestones. The elves' eyes appear red and shiny, with a permeating keen look in them. Male and female elves stand prepared to fire at the group before one of them commands them to speak up and tell them why they are here. Well, he asks, we don't have all day.
Excuse us, sir,
Melthor says.
We are just on our way through.
And where might you be heading? The dark elf asks.
To the mountains,
Melthor says briefly. Tie them up. The elf orders the other dark elves. They can explain their reasons for being here to the chief elf. Visus and the others get tied up. They cooperate, since there must be at least 20 dark elves pointing their weapons at them. Following the dark elves to their living quarters, they watch in awe as they gaze up. The dark elves live in trees with spiraling wooden stairs leading to every home. Lianas and humongous branches with leaves form a thick forest with trees taller than the statues Venus saw at the Crystal City gates. Sophisticated patterns decorate the doors of their houses, which are part of the trees. Twisting trunks prevent the elves from walking straight, causing them to circle a little as drunkards to avoid tripping over them. The dark elven village is a magnificent place. Nonetheless, within seconds they notice what is wrong with this picture. Some of the homes are burning. Bleeding corpses and wounded men and women lie on the ground. Weeping she-elves are kneeling down, lamenting the loss of their loved ones. Males are handing each other barrels with water to quench the flames that threaten to destroy their tree town. Keep moving, a dark elf yells. When the group arrives at a certain home, a dark elf in a cape steps out and commands them to kneel. Do it now, or I will kill you this instant, he says. Greetings, men and women. My name is Quinthelor. I am the chief of the Dark Elves. As you can see, we have a little situation here. Discovering your coincidental presence, I must say I can only conclude that you may have something to do with these incidents. And if that be the case, I can assure you that your lives will be but a brief moment. He maintains his dignity as he walks up straight with his shoulders back, around the kneeling elves, facing the other way as if talking to thin air. All of a sudden he quickly bends over and sneers. Give me one good reason why I wouldn't slit your throat right now. I dare you.
I can give you an incredibly good reason,
Melthor says,
but you have to promise to hear me out.
I am listening, but my patience is slowly fading. So hurry up, Quinthelor says.
The orc attack was meant for us.
But, aha! As I thought. Guards, shoot these strangers. Quinthelor interrupts. Hold on, wait! It's not our fault, Visus says as he stands up. You saw what happened. These orcs cannot be killed, no matter where you strike them. This tragedy can be prevented from happening again. Quinthelor squints his eyes. Lower your weapons, he says. He steps towards Visus and says, You know how to kill them, don't you? Yes, but you will have to let us go. I might be inclined to do so, since these disgusting orcs just attacked our homes and families, Quinthelor says. Speak up, boy. Visas explains everything, from the curse of the sword to the destruction of Rensville and the kidnapping of Solana. Quinn Thalor sits back in a comfortable wooden chair and rolls his eyes in frustration. He hears the young hero out and shows little other expression on his face. Then he says, "It sounds like a plausible story. However, you can't go into the mountains. Do you have any idea about the temperature there? You'll die. Besides, if you can stand the cold, you'll be attacked by all kinds of creatures. We all know better than to go south. There is no way you'll succeed." "But if we get your help, we will," Visas says. "Forget it. I am not sending my men and women on such a death trap," Quinn Thalor says as he stands up and walks towards his house. He stops, pauses for a moment, and turns around. "However," he begins, "if you were to retrieve the sword of Adamus and duplicate it, ensuring us a chance of victory over these orcs, I urge you to come get us. We will gladly assist you in warfare and avenge our deceased warriors. The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Quinn Thalor looks at the guards and says, "Release them and guide them out of the forest. Alas, I am certain they will face death on their quest, but the last thing we can do is give them a chance and let them go." The dark elves guide them outside the forest. "A few miles southward is an inn. You can rest there, but I strongly admonish you to return after that. Past that point there is no civilization. Dark creatures linger beyond those boundaries, and only a few have returned from there. Nevertheless, you may choose for yourselves. Greetings. May your fate be favorable and secure." With those words, the dark elves walk away, leaving them to themselves. All 7 of them stare at the guards. It's silent for a few seconds.
"To the inn, then,"
Melthor suddenly says. "Say, Melthor," Visas says, "I have a question. Do you know what happened to the diamonds and why they are scattered?"
"Good one, boy. I do not have all the details, but I can tell you what I heard."
"I am listening intently," Visas says. The others are listening too as they are hiking up the hill.
"Rumor has it that once the diamonds came out of the sword as a magical blow with powerful forces. They were stolen by greedy thieves who sold them for gold. The jewels weren't together anymore within days. Merchants sold them to other merchants, and burglars robbed them from homes. The first diamond you'll go after was caught by an obsessed gambler, playing cards for money and eventually winning the gem by cheating. To hide from his adversaries, he affected himself to the snowy mountain peaks. Nobody knows what happened there, but there were stories of shadows and ghosts. Others say he became ill because of his fixation on treasure."
"What about the others?"
"Well, I am not certain about the other ones. I just heard their locations mentioned. You'll have to search around a bit in the perimeter of the X's I drew on the map. However, when I came across a traveler who rested at my home once, he told me he saw a dragon in a different mountain range and observed the jewel in his claws. Something told me it should be there, if nowhere else."
"A dragon?" Visas asks. "I didn't know those still existed. I thought they were extinct."
"Time will tell,"
Melthor says mysteriously, while staring in the distance.
"I will accompany you until we reach the inn. After that, all of you can prove your strength by persevering through the trials you will face."
Arriving at the inn, they open the doors and are stared at by individuals at several tables. Conversations stop. Silence is cutting through their minds. The term awkward moment is a serious understatement in this case. 20 elves look at the group as if they have never seen anyone else but themselves there. One of the elves from a table in the back stands up and treads forward to greet them. With a cynical expression on his face, and after contemptuous signals with his hand, he pushes Visas slightly backwards with his pointing finger against his chest, saying, "And what brings you here, strangers? Nobody comes here without looking for trouble. If it's trouble you seek, then trouble you will find, I assure you." Partially offended, Visas asks, "What is wrong with a few common elves passing through?" "Perhaps it is my business," the elf says. "Perhaps it is not. But will you really test our nosiness, or will you tell us the reason for your visit without fussing around, stranger? We didn't come here to pick a fight, whoever you are. so I don't mind telling you what our plans are.
Visas looks at Melthor.
We're going to the mountains,
He says. And why might you force yourself to undertake such a perilous journey? The elf asks.
to fetch the diamond,
Visas says straight up.
Ah,
How interesting. You actually think you can go up there. The elf turns around and laughs as the others show a slight smirk. He turns back his head to Visas and says, Now listen up, boy. No elf has ever returned from there. I don't know who told you about the diamond, but you should think twice before you utter such naive desires.
I've returned from there,
A voice behind him says. He turns around. Suddenly everyone is staring at the man at the table who sits back and relaxes against his comfortable chair. He's wearing a black cloak with a hood, only moderately revealing his face and sipping from his glass. A brown color gives his boots an impoverished impression, as well as the tattered sleeves of his blouse that expose some skin on his elbows.
Then you can guide us there, can't you?
Britko asks abruptly.
for the right price.
He says. The elf confronting Visas is flabbergasted. He is uncertain as of what to do now. His conversation twist surprised him beyond measure. Visas pushes him aside and steps around him, walking straight at the man in the hood, followed by the others. The rest of the crowd has become dull and uninteresting. The only man to talk to in this company is this one. Visas grabs a chair and almost knocks over one of the guests as he places it near the table and sits down.
Name your price. We're listening,
he says, taking charge.
300 pieces of gold,
the man in the hood says, leaning forward and taking off his hood.
You are insane,
Britko says.
Nobody has that kind of money.
Fine, the man in the hood agrees.
Then search for the diamond on your own, but I won't guarantee you a safe return in that case.
We can do it by ourselves,
Lasinia says confidently.
It's your deaths,
the man counters.
Fine,
Visas says eventually.
You can come along, but not for that kind of money. We'll give you 20 pieces of gold.
20? No way. I want at least 100. 50, Warrian says, joining the conversation.
Deal. My name is Ryder.
Welcome to the team, Ryder. We'll see you in the morning,
Melthor says. And my payment?
Afterwards.
11. Peaks.
I have heard certain preachers and other religious officials talk about the fire and brimstone of hell,
Britko says.
Well, lad, I can assure you I believe the opposite. If there is a hell, it must be ice cold, not hot. I'm starting to believe you were right, Britko,
Visas says, covering his mouth to protect himself against the sub-zero wind. The 6 elves have left Melthor behind and have acquired a new addition to their group by hiring Ryder, the supposed guide who came back from the icy mountain. They are hiking through the white snow, which is circa 2 to 3 feet high. The temperature is below zero. The clouds are covering the sky and a high percentage of space is occupied by snowflakes, which make the traveler's journey home more difficult and hazardous.
Did they mention a blizzard?
Britko asks.
I don't recall them saying anything about a blizzard.
Oh, this is nothing, Ryder answers, taking his hood off. Just wait until we approach the peaks. There, it's really unbearable.
Great,
Visas comments sarcastically.
Something to look forward to.
May I ask you something?
Ryder asks Visas.
Go ahead.
Why you?
I mean, no offense there, buddy, but are you really that much more special than the other elven warriors here?
Honestly, Ryder, I have no idea. Of course, my commitment to the cause is stronger since I would do anything to protect my girl. But other than that, I don't know.
Ha! So you're just like everyone else.
I guess we'll find out,
Visas says.
Maybe I am just the same. Maybe I don't have to be more special to make this trip meaningful. I don't care, though. I just want to succeed.
Britko takes a step towards Ryder and affirms.
This kid is special, man. He single-handedly took on a gang of kidnappers who were hiding in the inn's basement in the Crystal City.
Interesting,
Ryder says. Visas smiles. He is getting a little fond of Britko.
Can I ask you a question as well?
He asks. That depends, Ryder says.
What did you do up here? And how is it that you were able to return?
That's two questions, my friend, but I'll keep it short. I don't want to bore you. When I heard of the diamond, I got greedy. I wanted to be one of those rich freaks that could pay for anything he wanted, so I inquired of the whereabouts of said diamond and came up here. But what I found wasn't so pleasant.
What? What did you find here?
Trouble. Make sure you stand ready to fight off monsters twice your size or bigger. This answer suffices. Theseus doesn't care about knowing more. When they will face those enemies, he will be ready, or so he tells himself. For hours and hours they walk, struggling to make the climb up the mountain tops. The storm becomes more intense, the visibility even less. With ponchos and capes, the majority of the group covers their faces, legs, arms, and chests. Even Licinia, the she-elf with the usual skimpy attire, has put some effort into protecting herself from freezing to death. The air is getting thinner. Breathing becomes more difficult, and the distance they go within the same time period decreases over time. How much longer? Warrion asks. I am getting impatient here, Ryder. We didn't pay you for nothing. Take it easy, Ryder says. It's not too much longer. Besides, you didn't pay me. That old wizard of yours did. So what are you complaining about? What am I complaining about? Just that I'm hungry, cold, and tired. I don't know about you, but I would like to either fight some monster for this oh-so-important diamond, or just find it and get out of here. The others chuckle a little. Everyone is fed up with the weather, including Theseus, who has decided to keep his mouth shut. Their boots are full of snow, their mouths are showing the first distinct signs of frostbite, and still, hardly anyone knows where they're going. It's on the other side of this mountain, Ryder says. Hold on for another hour or so. Make sure you stay together. It's easy to get lost in a storm like this. Don't go wandering off on your own, or you'll die. They are silent. Talking takes too much energy, so everyone reduces their words to the bare minimum. Thoughts go all over the place as Theseus realizes how tired he is. The elven bread in his bag is still there, and they have enough for various meals, but he wants to save it for later. He knows there may be more obstacles ahead, and he doesn't want to run out at the very end of their journey. He thinks of how long all of this will be. This is only the first of 5 diamonds. He doesn't even want to consider the possibility of giving up. He has lost everything. His parents and village are gone. And, well, I guess I haven't lost Solana yet, he thinks. There is still a chance. The thought keeps him going. If everything Melthor told him is true, then the orcs must be ensuring Solana's survival for their own good. It's comforting to know that. With every step Theseus takes, he does it for her. He brushes off some of the snow from his clothes and looks to the heavens. It is as if a thick blanket surrounds the elves, a white fur of some sort that figuratively chokes them and withholds air from them. The snow is brutal, and the altitude is barely good enough to continue their journey without extreme measures. Theseus' feet feel like they're going to fall off. All that uphill hiking and pushing against the high snow causes each of them to utter brief complaints about exhaustion and fatigue, but none are prone to react, knowing that there is no benefit in doing so. It seems like an eternity, the icy cold that cuts through their skins like razor-sharp knives. After a long time, the heavy snow calms down a bit, and speaking and seeing are two actions that become more appealing to the group members. Theseus looks ahead and sees the other mountain peak which Ryder was talking about.
Did I mention how much I hate winters?
Britko says after a while.
Yes, I think you have, Britko,
Theseus says laughingly.
I don't like them either. Rensville was a lovely climate.
Ah, that place,
Britko says.
The area was nothing short of perfection, but the elves who lived there.
He stops talking and rolls his eyes. Suddenly, the 2 archers have joined the conversation. Marvar walks closer to the talking duo and listens to Britko, who vaguely tells Theseus how good their village could have been if only.
Don't fool yourself,
Marvar says, interrupting the giant barbarian elf.
Nobody could have saved those evildoers.
Theseus turns his head and says,
You two have been awfully quiet this entire trip, Marvar, but something makes me think you are less unworldly than you appear to be. What happened to you in Rensville? Narpa answers for Marvar.
That town consisted of a bunch of hypocrites,
She says.
They said they practiced religion, but none of the clergy practiced what they preached.
Marvar nods. It was a terrible system. I am surprised you haven't noticed any of that.
Oh, I never went to church,
Visas says.
so no, I am not familiar with what occurred behind the scenes. Sorry, but I am curious, so please, expand.
However, the story has to wait, because before the two archers can elaborate on their previous situation, Ryder walks over to them and says, "Quiet. The blizzard is gone. Don't you know what that means?" "That we can finally see farther than a few feet in front of our eyes?" Warian asks. "Yes, but there is more," Ryder answers. Everyone looks a little bewildered. They certainly have no clue what he is talking about. He looks around him like they are not safe, and the others wonder why. Visas pulls his sword and some of the group members take off their protective capes or ponchos. The sun is slowly appearing out of the thick clouds, showing its vibrant rays. The calm, after the storm, but definitely not before the action. It's a danger that naive travelers in these regions could easily overlook, but Ryder knows better. He has been here before, and he knows what is coming. 12. Hungry Hostiles.
I am hungry, Licinia says. Visas, you have some elven bread in that knapsack of yours, don't you?
Shh! What did I tell you? Ryder says, rebuking the young she-elf.
Well, excuse me, but I just feel like eating something, okay? I am hungry.
Licinia sneers. Warian looks to the side, down the mountain, and asks, pointing towards what he is seeing, "As hungry as they are?" Everyone else hurries to Warian to see what he is talking about. When they look down the mountain, they are shocked. A pack of wolves has gathered. It seems as if they have been following the travelers and have been waiting for the blizzard to blow over so they could take the initiative to attack them. Yet they are still standing there. "These aren't regular wolves," Ryder says. "They are smarter and tougher than the wolves in the pine forests in the eastern parts of Terra. They have learned to survive in harsh circumstances, in cold climates like these. We need to leave this place instantly." The others are still hesitating. They are not sure of where to go. "Let's go already," Ryder whispers, "but keep your voices down."
Go where?
Visas asks.
Yes, where are we going anyway? You're the guide. Guide us.
Licinia agrees. "Over there," Ryder answers. "Follow me. Hasten your pace." Realizing that running is impossible in the thick snow, they kind of hop-step and take big steps through the white layers of snow that hold them back. Some of them occasionally look back to find out if the wolves have perceived their location yet. It doesn't seem like they have. They are moving uphill, to the top that Ryder indicated. It's in front of them, and it doesn't appear to be much further. Visas has put his sword away and walks as fast as he can. Ryder is holding onto his hoodie, trying to resist the cold, piercing winds in their faces. The view is amazing, with snow-peaked mountaintops all around them, as far as the eye can see. But the situation is grim. The beauty is contrasted by a looming threat that shakes their confidence and instills insecurity into each and every one of the group members. It's quiet. Awfully quiet. It feels like nature itself feels it coming, the possible violence that could alter their fate. Suddenly, Marvar shoots an arrow. The others look up. Above them on another part of the mountain, a wolf got hit. The arrow penetrated his body and caused him to howl in agony. Everyone looks at Marvar, who doesn't lose focus, and quickly grabs another arrow. The elves shift their gaze towards the mountaintop again. More wolves have assembled around the targeted wolf carcass, and are strategically lining up to commence a full attack on the little handful of elves. "Faster! Get out of here!" Ryder yells. "They're on to us!"
Wait! Can't we just defend ourselves?
Visas asks.
We have weapons, and look how easy it was to just shoot one of them.
Marvar interrupts. That shot was the result of years and years of training, Visas. Don't think that it was easy to perfect it the way I did.
I understand, but seriously, why can't we just fight them?
Because there are too many, Ryder says. What? I saw about 20 of them. There are 7 of us. We can take 3 wolves each, can't we? Visas insists. The pack you saw wasn't all of them, Ryder says. There are going to be hundreds of them. Trust me, let's move. Everyone. The wolves are still somewhat distant and reluctant to do anything, but as the travelers struggle through the snow, more and more wolves appear above them on higher parts of the mountain. Visas soon sees what Ryder meant. The number of wolves has already quadrupled. It is clear that they are greatly outnumbered. Nobody, however, knows where Ryder is heading. There is no sign of a refuge, not the slightest thing that seems like a safe place to hide. The wolves are surrounding them on almost every side. Their lives are, as it were, hanging on a thread, just being procrastinated until the hungry creatures have their way. There, Ryder finally says. He points to a cave in the distance. If we can make it, we should wait over there. Let's hurry then, lads, Britko orders. Visas looks at the cave and at the wolves. He wonders if the wolves won't just follow them into the cave. He looks at a specific wolf somewhere on a higher rock. As he sees the wolf's eyes, it gives him the chills to think of the aggression and survival instinct boiling in its blood, ready to dig in and satisfy its cravings for raw, elven meat. The wolf is grinding its teeth, lifting the upper part of its mouth and showing its fangs, while growling, with a pugnacious lust to devour its prey as quickly as possible. The other wolves look no different. The elves are almost there. They can see the cave clearly now. Then, out of the blue, they hear a woman scream. Ah! They turn around and find Narpa, whose leg is being grabbed by a wolf. The predator is holding her ankle firmly with its mouth, attempting to drag her away from the others. Marvar shoots an arrow into the wolf's head, which immediately lets go of Narpa's legs and drops to the ground. She compliments him on a very nice shot and looks at her leg. Fortunately, the wound isn't severe enough to worry about for now. Another wolf jumps down, and another, and another. Some of the wolves land in front of them, blocking their passage to the cave. The elves are surrounded. More than 100 wolves are steadily and slowly moving in on them, closer and closer, prepared to pounce. Ryder, any suggestions? Visas asks. We keep going, Ryder says. We kill the wolves in front of the cave and then hurry over there. Don't move a muscle until I say so. If we attack them at the same time, we might be able to get through without too much opposition from that side. The others nod. They have drawn their weapons and are waiting for the signal. Marfar and Narpa hold their bows ready, concentrating and aiming. The opportune moment has to be perfect. The wolves are still approaching them from all sides. Wait for it, Ryder says softly. Wait for it. Warrian is getting a little impatient. Okay, I am still waiting, he says as he shakes a little when a wolf is only 15 feet away from him. Wait for it, Ryder repeats. Now! The warriors swing their weapons at the wolves in front of them, completely ignoring the ones behind them. Their path to the cave must be clear. Britko whacks a wolf to the ground with his club. Visas, Warrian, and Licinia cut some wolves with their swords, and after a while, there are only a few wolves standing in their way. So when we get to the cave, then what? Visas asks while stabbing another wolf. They'll leave, Ryder says. They hate the cave. A wolf jumps in front of him. Whoa, he exclaims, stepping back a little. I got it, Narpa says. She aims, shoots, and hits the wolf in the forehead. Almost there, Britko says while hitting a wolf so hard that it falls back over the edge of the canyon. The wolves are coming from all sides, but as the elves dash towards the cave, they are able to evade most of their attacks. A few elves get lightly wounded, but eventually they all make it to the cave. As soon as they step inside, the wolves stop their assault. They simply stare at the elves with angry expressions on their faces. Their prey has escaped. Their hunger remains. Odd, Visas says. Why won't they go inside? 2 reasons, Ryder says. First, they know that they can only attack us from one side now. It's much harder than surrounding us. And second, There is a mysterious dark power in these caves. It's as if they realize that. We will find more challenges in these caves.
Great, Warrian says. Finally, when I was starting to feel safe. And now you're saying the wolves are afraid of the caves? What's in them?
Could be anything. Anyway, let's make a fire. We can create torches and go deeper inside the cave. Sounds like a good idea, Visas says. He digs inside his knapsack and finds a few flints, which he will use once the fire is set up in the correct manner. Meanwhile, Marvar comes to him and says, "It all started like this." "Hold on," Visas says. "What are we talking about again?"
You asked me what happened in Wrensville, didn't you?
"Oh, yes. Go ahead and tell me." The others sit down on some rocks and listen to Marvar's story. Britko puts down his club and stretches. He finds it comfortable enough to lie on his back, even on the cold cavern floor. Marvar has everyone's attention. During his narrative, Narpa nods a lot and occasionally confirms what he says. It's a story of corruption and hypocrisy. 13. Priests. Although he has seen it several times, the archer is unaware of how bad it has become. He wants to cling to something, anything to make him believe in a better life. The local denominations, however, have little to offer when it comes to variety and doubt. He can join them or remain in darkness. That's what it has come down to. So in order to stick to the safe side of life, Marvar has decided to meet with the town's congregation to uplift his soul and stimulate some purpose in his brief existence. He assumes that the presence of a greater entity must be real, and compares the aim of life to the aiming in his hunting endeavors. All of this must happen for a reason. He can't conceive an existence without meaning, a sloppy puzzle tossed together by pointless points in time that aren't related or connected in one way or another. That can't be it. There has to be an aim, a goal, a purpose to all of this. Why else would certain things happen, even if nobody can explain why they did? There has to be life after death. Marvar repeats over and over again. I just know it. This was the right choice. Okay, they are a little weird, but it's better to be a part of something, which is better than nothing at all, isn't it? I agree with you, he hears from a corner. I just don't feel ready yet. But you can go to the cathedral and then you can tell me how it was afterwards. Does that sound okay? Marvar looks at his wife, who is 20 years younger. He nods. He feels like the luckiest man alive. The long years of searching were finally over when he met Narpa, a young, quiet introvert who didn't mind putting up with his boring personality, since she showed a lot of similar traits in her character. And this blessed encounter, too, appears to him as another sign that his theory is correct, which is what he confirms each time he watches her. The two of them have only been married for several years now, but unfortunately, this hasn't taken away the judgmental tendencies of the neighbors and other inhabitants surrounding their once peaceful home. Since the priest was unwilling to assist them to be sealed in matrimony, they snuck off, with a lonely crowd, to have some other authority from Crystal City sanction their commitment. And even though none of the believers in Wrensville claimed that they were living in sin, after that, they still sensed that their age difference wasn't beneficial to their good name. Stern, condemning looks were often the result of Marvar's arrival at the town square, and Narpa received no other communication except for rolling eyes, sighs, and the rejecting wave gesture of the local women. Yet, they are happy. They have managed to make a living on hunting game and growing vegetables from their kitchen garden. Since Marvar often left town to provide for his partner, he hasn't been seen much by the other elves in Wrensville, until now. Proud of the way he looks, he kisses his sweetheart goodbye and leaves his house to head to and set foot in the cathedral for the first time. Various lessons and conversations about their faith have preceded his decision to interact with them, and he is looking forward to his first spiritual boost. He looks up to the building one more time. As one might expect, the building is ornamented with all kinds of fiery shapes and creatures to keep demons away. The gargoyles on the sides of the roof demonstrate their claws and teeth, scaring off any sacrilegious invaders and supposedly ensuring the safety of the devoted believers who enter into their sanctuary. But Marvar figures that its grandeur is exactly that, the protection it provides against possible intruding evil spirits who have schemed to ensnare the souls of those who heed to worldly temptations. With a cheerful face, Marvar opens the creaking door of the structure. Hardly anyone sees him when he comes in. He is late, and he feels a little embarrassed about it, but without delay he makes up for it by quietly taking a seat in the back and respecting the atmosphere in the room by paying attention. The priest has prepared a lecture. This must be good, Marvar assumes. During his words, he can't help but notice the hierarchy the clergy consists of. There are 3 rows with seats behind the pulpit, signifying their stance in the system. On each row there are 5 boys and men. Marvar is surprised by the fact that the ages are very well mixed. Some of the males have the faces of 12-year-olds, while others look like they could be at least 40. Next to their seats are signs that indicate their level in the spiritual pyramid. Marvar squints his eyes and reads the words Evelon, Avon, and Evio. He concludes that those must be the ranks that the clergy received, and of course, the priest stands above them all. Interesting, Marvar thinks. Then he listens intently. Followers of the faith, I have spoken a few words to you already, but it is now time to emphasize a matter of vital importance. It has been said among you that there are those who do not profess the same belief as we do. I cannot tell you enough how essential it is to our salvation to pity those close-minded sinners. Their infidelity to the one who created them is an insolence to their very being and to the church as a whole. Marvar pricks up his ears. He is curious as to what the conclusion will be of this sermon, knowing that his wife is not yet part of the congregation. The preaching priest continues, Those who are not for us are against us. We must find out who it is that offends the Almighty and rejects the sacred teachings and pure doctrine of me, his appointed mouthpiece. They are doomed to live the rest of their lives in ignorance, and the day of their judgment is coming. Therefore, we must shun and persecute these individuals, so they will be driven to greater heights by realizing their own filthiness and turning from their wicked ways. The Holy Church is asking you to stand up and to convince them of the awful state of their profane souls. Their poor choices must be exposed. No longer can we live in secrecy. The harshness the spokesman uses is something Marvar hasn't been familiar with in the past. He questions the truthfulness of his words, although the mixture of sincerity and condemnatory has a confusing nature that hasn't sunken in yet. He isn't surprised, after analyzing the complexness of the preacher's vocabulary, to see some of the congregation tuned out by showing a supposed reflecting posture while hiding their secret states of sleeping. Marvar chuckles. He couldn't expect every elf in this room to have a similar passion for poetry and prose. Some of them just come here to save face and pretend to care about the well-being of their souls. Citizens of Wrensville, the priest goes on to say, you have been chosen. Your election is that of a willing, noble culture between a people of pagans and idolaters. And to stay immune against those reprobate influences, you must submit to the Holy One and sacrifice your valuables to stay clean and be accepted of him. Are you prepared to follow in the footsteps of me, your authorized leader, and contribute to the enactness of the sanctified system that keeps your spirituality alive? Everyone stands up. They cheer and clap. Yes, we will contribute, they shout joyfully. Marvar stands up as well, clapping and looking at the other elves in the congregation. A collection plate is passed around, and as people are putting coins on the said object, the preacher again admonishes the crowd to be generous and not to cut corners or take any risks. You must do whatever it takes to save your soul, he says, implying that the more money they give, the higher the chances are that they will be saved. Eventually, the collection plate gets passed to Marvar. He sheepishly looks at it, remembering that he forgot to bring money. He didn't expect to be required to donate, so he didn't bring anything to the church. So he passes it on to the person next to him and keeps cheering. The priest ends the session and sends everyone home after a few distinct religious rituals. Then he walks to Marvar and introduces himself.
I am Father Lurius,
The priest says.
You are new here. What is your name?
Marvar. Pleased to meet you.
I didn't see you adding anything to the collection plate,
He says.
May I ask why?
Oh, I just didn't bring anything. I didn't know we had to donate money to the church. That's all.
Greed is a serious sin, my son. We all have to contribute to keep the spiritual flow alive in this town. And in ourselves.
Yes, I know. I will give double of what I had in mind next time.
Why wait? Father Lurius asks. I can come with you and help you save your soul right now.
I am not in a hurry, Marvar says. It doesn't matter to me.
You underestimate the grave importance of these things, my son. Now please, allow me to follow you home.
How about I give it to you tonight? Marvar says. My wife is waiting for me. I will swing by your place and hand it to you myself. The priest sighs.
Fine,
He says.
I can't expect you to understand. Don't forget it, okay?
I won't. Thanks, Father Lurius. Marvar returns home and greets Narpa with a kiss. She looks into his eyes and asks how it went. Nothing special, Marvar says. It's the usual preachy religious stuff, except I think some of the elves in that congregation might be a bit hypocritical, including the priest. How so? Narpa wants to know. Well, he mentioned how terrible everyone in the village is who doesn't come to his church and gives money to the clergy. And he even used the word persecute. Really? What does he want his followers to do? I am not sure, but I feared for your safety the minute he started talking. What if this isn't the right church? There are no others in Rentsville. It's either this one or nothing. Then perhaps it should be nothing. I don't know, but I don't trust it. Just go a few more times, Marvar's wife says. You never know. Maybe he was just in a bad mood and he took it out on those he looks down on. You're probably right. Anyway, tonight I am going to add my donation to everyone else's. Don't worry, it won't be much, just a few coins. Sounds good. I'm going hunting in an hour or so. Okay. Let me know when you leave. I will. With those words, Narpa ends the conversation. Marvar starts doing some chores in the house and yard. The day flies by, and before he knows it, it's already late. Marvar's wife isn't back from hunting yet, but he is not concerned. He knows that those things can take a long time. So instead of looking out for his partner, he decides to keep his promise and heads toward the priest's house. Zigzagging his way through the tiny alleys in Rentsville, he is reminded of the difference in income between the classes. Some homes look big and expensive, while others look like slums. The poverty and disparity has reached a new problematic level in this little town, not to mention the corruption, which has increased dramatically as well. What will happen to this place? Marvar sighs. It used to be so much better. More equality, more justice. I hope this newfound faith will lead me into a better direction, even though the priest is a little weird. He passes by decayed homes and dusty old shacks with impoverished individuals looking through the windows as he walks on towards his destination. Several places are put together with a bunch of bricks and wooden boards. There are heaps of garbage on the side of the road, and clean drinking water seems scarce, or so he concludes after glancing at the distant well that seems to have dried up. When he arrives at the preacher's house, he can hardly believe his eyes. In front of him stands the most insincere display of this man's character, a contrast with the living spaces of penniless peasants he saw just minutes ago. The priest's house is gigantic and elegant. Pillars made out of marble hold up the elevated roof, and the door posts are ornamented with golden patterns. Each piece of material in this home testifies of the selfishness of this elf. Marvar's suspicion was raised earlier when he noticed the priest's fancy clothing, but he was afraid to judge too quickly. Well, I guess I was right, he says. Still, he knocks on the dainty door of the exquisite edifice and wonders if this place only serves the needs of one person. The door opens up, and one of the boys from the cathedral stands in front of him. May I help you?
He asks.
I am here to see Father Lurius. Is he home?
Actually, he went out for the night. I am sorry. Is there something I can do for you?
No, I have a donation for the church, but I want to give it to him myself. Can you tell me something? What does the priest spend the money on that he receives from his followers?
At first, the boy, whom Marvar saw sitting in the Evian row, is afraid to answer the question, but when Marvar insists, he says,
Well, he takes care of us, but I don't like... Actually, I'm not allowed to talk about that. He's like a father to us. He feeds and clothes us, but tonight, he is out fulfilling his needs.
Does he give any money to the poor? Marvar asks.
He doesn't. You see, it is for our own good.
14. Frosted.
Unbelievable,
Visas says after hearing the couple's story.
I didn't know there was so much hypocrisy in my hometown. Now I feel less disappointed about it being destroyed. Just because elves do immoral things doesn't mean they need to die,
Licinia says.
but Father Lurius is the biggest hypocrite I have ever met. For him, I think I'll make an exception. You knew him too?
Visas asks.
Oh yes, I knew him. I just wish I hadn't. But does everyone else deserve to die? I don't know.
I think we're getting into a complicated debate here. We've had a similar discussion in Crystal City.
Warren says.
The point is that it happened, and whether or not some individuals deserve to die or not is not our decision to make.
That's true,
Visas admits.
but I have to say that it almost appears as if fate took matters into its own hands. It's like something else is controlling our destinies.
That's deep, man,
Britko says.
I think you're both right. Sometimes we mess up, but we get another chance. Some elves, on the other hand, have become so corrupted that I don't lament their deaths. It's probably better for everyone that they're not here anymore.
Everyone nods. In one degree or another, they have all suffered the consequences of the corruption, the abuse, and the lies in their hometown. None of them would go back, even if the homes were still intact. Narpa and Marvar finish their story by adding their conviction of some kind of divine justice, something they sincerely believe in that would never impose on others. Food for thought. Everyone ponders its significance and their own destiny.
It's getting really cold,
Licinia says, rubbing her arms in the meantime.
Then maybe you should put more clothes on,
Britko says.
Excuse you. I am not used to covering up every inch of my body, thank you very much. I will do as I please.
We are all cold, Licinia,
Marvar says.
I can't feel anything in my toes. It's not normal. It hurt a lot before, but now it's almost like they are getting numb.
Can I take a look at that?
Narpa asks. She takes off her husband's shoes and covers her mouth.
Oh no,
She says.
can I take a look at that?
Narpa asks. She takes off her husband's shoes and covers her mouth.
Oh no,
She says.
why didn't you say anything?
She just sparked everyone else's curiosity. Marvar's skin looks hard and pale. It's grayish and yellow in color, and it doesn't look healthy. She touches some of Marvar's toes.
Do you feel this?
She asks.
Not a thing. Well, almost nothing.
You've gone too far, my friend, Ryder says. These are the signs of frostbite developing on your skin. He looks at it and wiggles Marvar's toes around. Ice crystals have formed on the tissue. He pokes at it. Don't you feel anything at all?
A little, Marvar admits, but not much.
He's shivering too.
Visas says.
It doesn't look good. What are we going to do?
Narpa asks. We wait, Ryder says. We wait until the wind becomes weaker. Then we carry him back. If he stays here, he is just going to damage it further. In the meantime, make sure to keep it warm, but not too warm. He's not allowed to walk at all. If he does, it may damage the skin. After we bind it and warm it up a little, we shouldn't expose it to the severe cold again, or it could get worse.
Let's build a fire.
Visas suggests.
Perhaps we can keep him somewhat warm until the icy wind leaves.
It shouldn't be too long. Just a couple of days, Ryder says.
A couple of days?
Narpa asks.
And what are we supposed to do in the meantime?
Nothing, Ryder says. We need to stay together.
What if we leave when the wind is still strong? Marvar asks.
I don't know, Ryder admits. I can't guarantee anything. It could be the best way to go.
Why?
Because that's when the wolves will leave us alone. The warriors sigh. None of them took the possibility of frostbite into account. They are in a real pickle here. Britko has gone outside and has gathered some branches. Visus and Warrian get a little fire going, and within half an hour, a hot burning fire is up. Britko leaves again, saying that he might find more branches or actual logs to keep the fire burning. Visus turns to Ryder and asks,
Didn't you say that this is the cave where we can find the diamond?
Precisely. Why?
Well, we couldn't find this place without you. I mean, it was hard to see in the blizzard, and you're the only one who could lead us back here.
What are you saying, Visus? Ryder asks.
That going back without you might be challenging too. I wouldn't want to send Marva and Narpa out on their own. Besides, it would be difficult, if not impossible, for Narpa to carry your husband all the way down the mountain.
I see where you're going, buddy. You're telling me that I should go with them?
Yes. If you guide them back to the inn, he can be taken care of. In the meantime, the rest of us can explore the cave and get the diamond. What do you think?
It sounds okay, but how will you find your way back to the inn?
You can either come get us, or we can find it on our own.
Ha ha! That would be impossible. All right, my friend. I will take these two archers back to the inn and come here to get you. If you're still alive by then, I've told you before, it's not safe in these caves. It would surprise me if you succeeded.
Can I have your word that you will be back?
Visus asks. On one condition, Ryder says.
Name it.
I want double of what you paid me. You only paid me for one trip here. I'm risking my life too, man. So if I have to hike back and forth one more time, I want another payment.
Sure,
Visus says.
But I will only pay you after we get out of the cave.
Let's hope you survive what's in there then, Ryder says.
I hope so too.
Let's sleep here tonight, Ryder says. The evening is nigh. We'll sleep around the fire, then we can split up tomorrow. After a while, Britko comes in and throws a dead wolf on the ground with a thud. Everyone is surprised. Warrian chuckles.
Where did you find that?
Guys, I just saw this one wandering on its own, so I took my chance and clubbed it to death. What do you say we have some roasted wolf tonight? They all laugh. His sudden appearance of the funny big elf has turned the atmosphere around completely. Even Marvar has a smile on his face. Narpa stops worrying, and dinner is being prepared. I used to be a lumberjack, Britko says. I loved that work. I still miss it sometimes.
Where did you pick up your accent?
Visus wants to know. Oh, I'm from a remote town in the north, but my parents decided to move to Wrensville when I was young. When we get all this stuff over with, that's where I'll go. My old town. It makes sense, since there's nothing for me in Wrensville. What about you, boy? What you do for a living?
At times I helped out my dad with his business. He was a merchant. It's a real shame he's dead. Both my parents. I'm still getting over it. So excuse me if I get a little emotional on occasion. I was going to take over what he built up. But I guess times have changed, haven't they?
Don't worry about it, Britko says. If what Melthor says is true, you'll be a hero and save the day. Why would you want to be anything else than that?
You're right, I guess,
Visus says, but he isn't so certain about his future as the optimistic big elf sitting next to him. That night he sleeps like a rock, though. It's needed after such a long journey in the mountains, and it helps them get ready for the challenges the next day will offer. 15. The Cave. It is morning. The sun rays come from outside, shining into the cave. The weather is calm, but a storm is still visible in the distance. Thick clouds form on the other side of another mountain. Visus is the first one to wake up. He looks at the others. They are sound asleep. He glances at the fire and the leftovers from the wolf they ate the night before. The smoldering logs are still a useful way to create a torch, which is one of the first thoughts that enters Visa's mind.
The cave must be dark, he thinks. He rubs his eyes and takes a few steps. This movement wakes up Ryder and Marvar. Weather's too good. The wolves will take advantage of us, Ryder says. Yes, but a storm is brewing out there, Visas responds. See? They're on the other side of that mountaintop. You're right. We'll wait for that one, and then descend to the inn. How are you, Marvar? What do you think? Visas asks. It's okay. Just get me out of here. I don't want to lose a toe or two. It's not worth the risk, especially when all of you are here anyway. Narpa wakes up as well and asks the same question Visas just asked. They start a conversation, and eventually the 3 other warriors wake up as well. After some yawning, stretching, and other small morning habits, Ryder takes control and speaks up. Make yourself some torches, he says, because this is what's going to happen. If you want that diamond, you'll have to go deeper into the cave, and for that, you need light, especially if you want to avoid the creatures of the deep. They are vicious and wild, so I suggest you start with those torches right now. The second thing is that Narpa, Marvar, and I are going to stay up here until the storm starts to come this way. In other words, we're splitting up. Yes, we caught that from your conversation yesterday, Warrian says. Let's get those torches and go. I'm tired of freezing my... Indeed, Licinia says. Let's not wait. Ready, Visas? Almost, Visas says as he holds a few branches in the blazing embers. When he is done, he stands up and follows the others into the depths of the cave. He quickly waves Ryder, Marvar, and Narpa goodbye. The cave is obscure and dangerous, with stalagmites and stalactites poking through the narrow spaces where they walk. The spiky rocks in the cavern make the sporadic complaints by Warrian and Licinia understandable. It is even colder than near the entrance. Visas shivers a little when he sees his breath. Ice crystals are all around them. The floor is a combination of spikes and slippery surfaces. I hope we don't get what Marvar has, Visas says. Frostbite? Britko asks. Oh, please. We got here so far, and the torches can keep us a little warmer. Easy for you to say. You're incredibly big. And? This is all muscle, boy, not fat here. Being a lumberjack makes you strong. Don't you worry. If you get cold, I can give you a hug. Shh. What's that? Warrian says, interrupting them. The others listen. I don't hear anything, Licinia says. It's gone, but I just heard something. Sounds like you're imagining it, Warrian, Visas says. No, I knew I heard something. Wait, there it is again. Everyone is quiet. This time they hear something too, but none of them can put their finger on where it is coming from. It's a mix of screeching, flapping wings, and shattering outbursts that sound like a cricket's chirp. They look at each other. Bats? Visas asks. That's got to be it, Warrian says. Let's keep moving, but be ready. I want to be prepared for anything, especially 100 bats flying in my face. The group keeps walking, slowly but certainly, slipping on the ice every once in a while, sometimes followed by a curse word or two, and other times by laughing. After some time, they reach a dead end. Great, Warrian says. Now where do we go? They search for a few minutes, and eventually Visas says, Through here. The other elves move to where he is standing and hold their torches in front of the indicated location. You're kidding, Warrian says. There is no way we will fit through there. Ha! Well, if any of us do, you should be concerned the least, Britko counters. You're the smallest of all the elves I've seen. Let's not exaggerate, Warrian says, trying to maintain a sense of humor while secretly being a little offended. Even if we would fit through here, how do we know it goes somewhere? We're going to get stuck. It's a risk we have to take, Visas says. No way. I am not doing it, Warrian says. Just the thought of crawling through that space makes me claustrophobic. Ryder has been through here, Visas says. I don't trust that guy. What about Solana? Visas asks. That's your girl, not mine. I could care less. Warrian's unwilling attitude is starting to annoy Visas. He thinks for a brief moment about what to say to convince the spoiled warrior. A sense of honor may be missing in him anyway, so that wouldn't be of any use. You'll die, Visus finally says. Excuse me? Warrian replies. You'll die, Visus says. I know there is more at stake for me. I have someone to rescue, someone I care about. But if you don't see the need for all this to get solved, then why are you here in the first place? I think it's because you realize that what Melthor says is true. If we don't stop these orcs now by getting the Sword of Adamus, they will sweep through the entire nation. All elves will die, and you won't be able to hide for long. If you're not doing it for a girl, then how about helping me save Terra from utter destruction? Britko and Licinia are silent. They are well aware of the situation and the necessity of persevering through these awful, freezing caverns. Warrian doesn't make any eye contact. Visus' little speech touched him. I'll go first, Warrian says, hesitatingly breaking through his stubborn arrogance. He bends over and lies down on his stomach. Holding his torch in front of him, he begins to crawl between the narrow spikes on either side of the space. Water is dripping on his face, caused by melting walls and ceilings that his torch slightly touches. He hates this. The cold floor feels as if a giant knife is scraping his stomach. But what he hates even more is the uncertainty of an exit. Who's next? Visus says. No. Don't come here, Warrian shouts from a distance. It'll be easier to back up if none of you are in the way. Let me see if there's a way out first, then the rest of you can follow. No problem, Visus shouts back. Let us know. Warrian continues to crawl and mumbles a few grumbles, which fortunately cannot be heard by the three elves behind him. His gigantic sword is being dragged on his back, and the melting ice has become even more of an irritating factor in his endeavors to reach the other side. Yes, the others hear after a while. Hey guys, I found an exit. Whoa, what the... Visus, Britko, and Licinia take a step closer into his direction. What's going on? Britko asks. Get away from me. Ah! Warrian yells. Hold on, we're coming, Visus shouts. Let's go. I'll go first. Let's hurry up. The young elf crawls as fast as he can to the other side, followed by the big barbarian and female elf. When they enter the room, they aren't sure whether they should be scared or simply fight back. Warrian is surrounded by bats. He's lying on the floor on his stomach, covering his head and yelling loudly. Let's get rid of him, Britko says as he whacks one of the bats against a cave wall. Visus and Licinia draw their swords and slash through some of the bats. Some of them fall on the floor, others also begin to attack the three battling warriors. But most of them flee, exiting the room by flying through the same narrow space the elves came through. Warrian dusts himself off and looks at the other elves with a frustrated face. Enough said, Visus says. Let's keep moving. As they continue to cautiously tread the cavern floors, the four warriors put their weapons back and start talking. Say, Visus, Britko says. I always ask people this question. What would you do if you were filthy rich? What would I do if I were rich? Yes. Come on. Don't tell me you've never thought about it. I have, actually. I know there are some expensive things to buy, especially in the city. I mean, I was amazed by some of the homes I saw in Crystal City. That place has some really wealthy folks. But I could never live with myself if I knew that others needed it more than I did. You would just give all that money away, would you? Licinia asks. If that's the case, then sign me up. I'll take your money if you don't want it. That's not it, though, Visus says. I wouldn't just give it away. I'd try to invest in something that helps people in the long run. I guess it would help a little if you gave a beggar something to eat. But if I provide education and job opportunities, he will eat for the rest of his life. I don't know. Perhaps an orphanage, free school, or small business loan company would be beneficial to Terra's impoverished citizens. I know where you're coming from, boy, Britko says. I have seen so many beggars in places I've been, but I never knew what to do about them. And if you give them something, they're there again the next day. It's an ongoing cycle. What about you, Warrian? Huh? Warrian says. Apparently he wasn't even paying attention. What would you do with a lot of money? Britko asks. Buy myself a country, is the answer. Okay, Britko says. Just like that? Yep, just like that. Nobody would look down on me anymore. I would be in charge. Power hungry, Visas says while coughing on purpose. What about you, Licinia?
Honestly, guys, I don't care. I would just make sure I would never have to work at a filthy place like the one in Wrensville again. Ever.
What did you do for work? Visas asks.
I'll tell you later. I don't know if your young ears are ready to hear that.
Visas looks at Britko and raises his eyebrows. He has no idea what she is talking about, but he feels somewhat insulted that she insinuates that he is too naive. The group moves on without further discussions. They are paying attention to the walls and cave grounds in front of them. Something they aren't noticing, however, is a presence. A vague creature from the nether parts of the cave. A shady being from beneath Terra's upper crust. It crawls closer and sharpens its senses to analyze the possible prey it has perceived. Slowly and quietly, the elf-shaped monstrosity reaches for Warrian's leg and grabs hold of it.
Wah!
Warrian suddenly yells as he is being dragged away into the darkness. What was that? Visas asks. He holds his torch to the left, where they see Warrian sliding over the ice-cold cavern floor.
Let go! Let go!
He yells, now gone from their sight.
Draw your swords!
Britko commands as if he is in charge of the other two. Well, whatever it is, let's cut him loose, Visas says as he takes some big steps into the sound's direction. When the light reveals the scene, he understands the danger they are in. The creature that dragged Warrian away is about to bite his head off. Its body is like that of an elf, except paler and creepier, with veins being fairly visible. Like a freak of nature, its face has no eyes, only a mouth and a nose. A giant mouth. The ears are smaller, and with its sharp teeth and long claws, it is getting ready to kill its prey. Without hesitating, Visas throws his sword at the creature. Sack! The sword impales the creature's head and pins its victim's body to the cave wall. Warrian is still shaking. The other two are astonished.
Nice throw, Visas,
Britko says. Never hesitate, Visas says to himself, feeling the adrenaline rush after he saves his friend.
Shall we go?
Licinia asks. Never hesitate, Visas says to himself, feeling the adrenaline rush after he saves his friend.
Shall we go?
Licinia asks.
Why? Because I don't think that was the only one.
The warrior elves wave their torches around them and see a number of similar creatures crawl over the walls, some on the ceilings and others on the floor. They're sniffing and smelling, trying to pinpoint where their victims are standing, as if smells and sounds echo into their minds what they need to do.
No wonder they don't have eyes,
Visas says.
They don't need them. It's pitch black in here without the torches. Their other senses tell them our location. Let's cut the chit-chat,
Licinia says.
Let's run.
Run! Are you crazy?
Britko replies.
We'll slip. It's all ice here, baby.
Don't ever call me baby. And besides, if we don't run, they'll get us. Have you seen their nails? They'll rip us right open.
Or we'll fight, Visas says.
Still, I would rather get out of here,
Licinia says.
I'm pretty sure that these are the beings that scared off Ryder when he came here.
With that being said, they hurry into the same direction as earlier. Visas walks backwards sometimes, holding his torch behind him to check if the crawling creatures aren't coming too close. But in this manner, they are keeping them at a considerable distance.
They're not very fast,
Visas says.
Or maybe they just don't want to be,
Warrian comments.